I am Count Sidolphus Orlando. Your journey ends here. It's not the right track, but I've been farming that goddamn fucking... Chad, I want drip in 14. But the two dungeons that I need the drip from... Sorry, they're two Alliance raids. One of them is the Orbon Monastery, which is not bad, but there are sometimes parties that you group up with, and it's like, oh, y'all don't know the Thunder God mechanics. Last night we had a bad one. We were doing a couple runs. My friends were helping me out. It was very appreciated. But there was a bad moment where all of Alliance B, because if you don't know, Alliance Raid is basically 3 parties of 8 people, so 24, go into a raid, and you all run through a circuit of mobs and bosses, and sometimes your raid, you have to split up and do different things, or else you all die, right? There's a boss called the Thunder God. Thunder God's pretty tough, because he throws a lot at you, and you gotta be ready for the mechanics. Now, that being said, we were doing really good. And then there's one mechanic that he has where he cuts everybody's HP to 1 and stacks Doom onto you. Doom is a mechanic where when the timer hits 0, you die. That's it. And the only way to get rid of that is to fully heal your party. Now, I'm in Alliance C. I'm the tank. I'm doing great. We're having a good time. And suddenly, I'm taking a lot of damage. I'm taking multiple stacks of things. And I go, what's happening? What's going on? I look to the left of my screen, where all of the Alliance party information is, and I see Alliance B is all dead. And I go, huh? So we wipe, right? There's no hope. We lose our healers quickly after. I don't know what Alliance A was doing. They weren't doing much, but whatever. It happened. It happened, right? And then we're in the Alliance chat going, "Hey, Alliance B, what happened?" And they go, "Oh, our healers failed the check, and then 2 of our party after we died disconnected. So we couldn't, so our healers, nobody could use the LB even if we were, we were fucked. 2 people DC'd. And we were like, oh. I've been thinking about it. I don't know. I hope it was just a coincidence, but like, there's a part of me that's, a small part of me that's like, I really hope that wasn't like a rage quit, because that's really shitty. That's really shitty. But whatever. I mean, we got 2 people to replace him, and then we beat Thunder God. We heard him go, "I am Count Sidolphus Orlando. Your journey ends here. And now the scales will tip." And then you beat Ultima, and it's a victory lap. Ultima's not that bad. The worst part of Ultima is, again, she's going to throw a lot at you very fast. 2 Medicas will fully heal the party. Yeah, I mean, whenever Carrie's in a party with me and we're healing, and she's a healer and I'm tank, like, I'm not worried at all. I'm never worried. But it's when we start to die, I get a little worried. Because I go, what's happening? And then I see that Carrie is dead because something occurred. And I go, oh, fuck. And I look to John, and John is dead, and I go, oh, fuck. Nah, but she saves my ass more than anything. Like, like, by the time I open my mouth to go, hey, I'm already healed, and I go, ah, that's right. She knows what she's doing. She knows exactly what she's doing. But we did fucking, we did it like 3 or 4 times, the Orbon Monastery, and I'm looking for fending gloves. The maiming gloves dropped, but you can't dye them. so they're not the right color. I want the blue ones. So I'm sitting here going, okay. The other thing that I need, I want the chest piece from Eurofscene, the Endwalker one, the second Endwalker Alliance raid. And I think I'm going to do that one on my own, because every time well, it also gives me an excuse to do something with Carrie, because she hasn't done Endwalker stuff yet. But I really, really, really need to just get in and queue. Because every time, without fail, as I have been trying to get that fucking raid, it's been like an hour plus wait time. And I don't think it's I genuinely think it's because we have a lot of people doing Dawn Trail stuff. And also, it's not on the free trial. Oh god, Weeping City. The Wiping City of Mach. No. I've had bad experiences with them. Don't you worry. The Wiping City gets its name for a fucking reason. How's this boss work? We'll figure it out. Oh, right. I forgot my coffee. I'll be right back. 1 second. Show me more. Alright, man, calm down. I think Thunder God has really awesome voice lines, but I think my heart always goes back to... Oh, I can't remember the boss's name. It's been so long. I'm so rusty. I feel so bad. Like, I'm going back on like, oh, what was this boss's name? What was this boss's name? You know what I'm going to talk about. Red dude, Heaven's Sword, comes down. Good and evil, the war eternal. Love that fucking guy. Love that guy. Love War and Evil, the war. Oh, fuck. It's so good. It's so fucking good. Not a hard fight at all, but then the fucking, oh, I love it. If you want to do Crystal Tower, though, you're golden. Nobody ever wants to do Crystal Tower. I'm genuinely waiting for the day that the team comes out and goes, we're remaking all of Crystal Tower. Zervan the Demon, that's my guy. I fucking love Zervan. Good and evil. Oh, it's so fucking good. Skip, soar, or disband. Shut up! Shut up! I don't mind Crystal Tower. It lets me turn my brain off. I get bothered by Crystal Tower if I am... If I'm doing Crystal Tower... And I go, all right, that's cool. And then a friend of mine goes, hey, I haven't done my daily raids. And I go, oh, okay, let's do it. And then it pops Crystal Tower, and I go, oh, okay. And then the next day I come in and I go, yeah, I'm going to do an Alliance raid daily. And then it's Crystal Tower again. I'm going to go, The near raids, though, can die. I love the near raids. I don't know what you're talking about, man. Near Raid's my beloved. I have the same thing that Carrie has. Where easy stuff, yeah, it's a breeze, whatever. And, like, yeah, I panic and I get, like, panicky and stuff, but I really enjoy higher difficulty stuff. And if I know the higher difficulty mechanics, I go, like, fuck yeah, I'm in it. Hell yeah. I like the near raids, but Red Girl can go die in a fire. I mean, yeah. Even ignoring the raids, yeah, fuck the Red Girl. Hate her. Crystal is a decent construction material, I guess. No. It's a reference to Final Fantasy III. Most things in Final Fantasy... I had a conversation with Vivi about this, like a month ago. She was like... I don't really get FF14. And I said, oh, do you like Final Fantasy? Vivi went, I love Final Fantasy. I said, okay, great. You're on the same page as all of the dev team. The dev team of 14 fucking loves Final Fantasy. Every single thing in those fucking games is in it. I say games, but it's one big, like... 14 is just like 7 Final Fantasy games mashed into one. It's great. But every single thing in there is like a, oh shit! I remember that from FF3! Oh my god! This is a reference to FF6! Oh shit! Heaven's Sword was kind of newish. Yeah. Yeah. Heaven's Sword did a lot of new stuff. Shadowbringers did a lot of new stuff. And I think partly that's why, like, they were so successful. How do I get to the bit that's FF9? That's called Shadowbringers, and it's part of the free trial, so just play the game. Shadowbringers has a lot of FF9 references. Hey, Daniel, you go to a town that's, like, full of, excess and extravagance, and you're met by 2 jesters. One is wearing red, the other's wearing blue. FF9 is Dawntrail, actually? No shot. Shut the fuck up. No way. The references are cool, but honestly, the game shines its best when it's original storytelling. Yeah, exactly. The references are cool when it's like... like, it at the end of Endwalker, dancing around this. There's a series of bosses that are from my favorite Final Fantasy, like older pixelated one. Now, granted, I haven't played FF6 yet. But when that fucking music popped, I was like, oh shit. Oh, it's so good. Oh, it's so fucking good, man. Oh. Oh. Yeah. My favorite FF is 8. That's crazy. Whoa. I've met a lot of people who say 7. I've met a smaller number who say 6. I think 4 is my favorite of all the ones that I've played. I don't remember a lot of 8. I've never played an FF game. You don't really have to if you wanted to get into 14. It's also free. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. FF14 loves FF4. FF4 is like a classic. Listen, if we look at the timeline of Final Fantasy games, 1 is a classic, but kind of old. Hasn't aged the best. FF2 is the weird one. FF3 is like, okay, let's get back on track. FF4 is Star Wars, but awesome. FF5 is fine. I don't have a problem with FF5. But everybody doesn't really talk about the plot. They talk about the job system, which is like, yeah, it's fine, I guess. The Eden Raid series was all 8? Yeah. It's FF14 on Xbox. Yes. FF6, a lot of people say that's the best pixelated one. I haven't played it yet. FF7, come on. Come on. Come on. We know. We know. FF8, I don't see a lot of people talk about it very much, but I see, when I do see people who go, yeah, I like FF8 a lot, I'm not like, how? Like, if I met somebody who said FF15's the best Final Fantasy game, I would like, I sit down like a psychiatrist and I go, explain. Have you played another Final Fantasy game? FF9, I haven't gotten very far in. Maybe it would be fun to stream. FF9, maybe FF6, FF9. I don't know. I don't know. That'd be fun to stream, I think, maybe. We do a couple painting streams, but they're not painting streams. It's me playing FF6 in the morning. Or FF9. FF9's long, though, ain't it? They got 10. A lot of people like 10. 10's really good. Then we have 10-2. We don't talk about that one. 11. 11 was the first MMO. I was part of a guild. No, I was part of a free company. Years and years and years and years ago. And it fell apart because our leader was like, I'm going to go play FF11 for a bit. And then like a week later, they said, hey, I think FF11's way better than 14, so I'm disbanding the free company. Goodbye. FF12 is Star Wars again. FF13 was a lot. I think, wait, chat, the best thing FF13 gave to us. Hold up. I'll show you the best thing it gave to us. So you think you can ride this chocobo? This is the best thing 13 ever gave to us. So you think you can ride this chocobo? Stand back. It's so fucking good, man. Absolute fucking legendary track. Legendary track. Holy. Holy fuck. My friend group has FF13's strongest soldier, and it's so strong that their character in 14 is Cool Lightning, a Lalafell dressed like Lightning with the hair and rad sunglasses. He hasn't changed outfit in 7 years at least. That's fucking crazy. FF13? That's the hill you die. Okay. All right. You know what? You know what? Everybody's got their thing. Everybody's got their thing. I'm not here to judge. FF15 was a mess, but it did give us Prompto, my actual real husband. 15, I feel, had the problem where it took so long to come out. And though it was, like, it's not a bad game, it's just kind of whatever. But the problem is because it took so long to come out, I think a lot of people were like, no, it has to be good! It has to be good! And then it was fine. It was fine. Okay, Pandora, thank you. They skipped like an entire last third of the game. I'd argue they skipped half the game in general because I've talked about it before on stream. I can't fucking deal with the amount of characters who are like, haha, you want to know my backstory? You want to see my character art? $5 for this DLC, please. Goodbye. Noctis, we have to get you to the wedding to see Luna Freya. Who? Oh yeah, it's like your wife, girlfriend, childhood friend. You'll never see a single cutscene of her ever, though, unless you go to these radios that are hidden throughout the map and you have to click on them, in which you'll see a flashback of her doing things, I guess. Who remembers that Final Fantasy Dark Souls game? You mean Stranger Than Paradise? You mean the game that has end credits that plays Frank Sinatra's I Did It My Way? Insane game made by an insane person. What was that? It felt like a fever dream is what that was. Chaos. I have to kill chaos. I have to kill chaos. That game is actually kind of awesome. I can't get over Jack Garland wearing his fuck-ass t-shirt going through FF1's plot. I can't fucking deal with it, man. I can't. It's crazy. It's crazy. Bullshit. Listens to Limp Bizkit. I do appreciate Stranger in Paradise because I don't think it was ever trying to take itself seriously. And that's so endearing. It's just like, fuck yeah, you guys are just doing it. Hell yeah. It's Chris Redfield. I have to kill chaos. Oh, man. We need another Final Fantasy fighting game. You mean like Dissidia, or do you mean like a Street Fighter type thing? And then we have 16, which I really want to stream 16. And I know Carrie wants to stream 16. We have 16. We just have to find a time and place to play 16. And I know there's a lot of people going like, it was like just kind of hype moments and aura. My good sir, my good madam, I was already going to play the game. You don't have to convince me. I want Final Fantasy Soul Calibur. That's kind of what Soul Calibur is, weirdly. I remember they made a Final Fantasy movie, but it sucked. They made 3 Final Fantasy movies, and from what I understand, Advent Children is, like, fun. Spirits Within, I've seen Spirits Within, but it's been, like, a decade, and I didn't like it. And then there was Kingsglaive, which was required viewing if you wanted to know anything that was going on in 15. Because at one point in 15, they go, oh my god, like they essentially do the turn on the channel, turn on the TV, it doesn't matter what channel. And they show you cutscenes that are clips from the movie that have no context if you didn't watch the fucking movie. So the way you play 15, this is fucked up. Because you have homework, okay? The way you play Final Fantasy 15 is oh, I get to play the game right. No, fuck you. Watch this OVA series where you get the backstory of all of your main cast. Oh, okay. And then you start playing the game. Then you get to the part where they go, Noctis, you need to hear this. Then you pause the game. Then you go watch the 2-hour Kingsglaive movie. And then you come back to the game and then you play the rest of it. But then you also have to play the DLCs where there's going to be a point in the story where every single party member independently is going to come up and go, hey, Noctis, I have to go do my character arc over here, but if you want to see it, play my DLC. Goodbye. And then they leave, and then they'll come back, and they have, like, a scarred face or something, and they go, oh, what happened to you, Gladio? And he's like, I was doing my character arc, and now I'm, like, way stronger. Anyway, let's get back to it. We're not going to talk about that right now. I fucking hate it. I only ever played the game. I was confused in the last few hours. Yep, it's because the game's not done. 15 was supposed to have, like, 4 more DLCs. There was supposed to be one that was like, here's the backstory of the main antagonist and what he's going on with. And then here's the Lunafreya DLC and all this shit. And it's just... the game's not done. And it took too long to make. And Jesus Christ, Nomura... just, I don't know, man. I think you're a great artist, but I need you to be as far away from the writing room as possible. What if we had a 10-year time skip right at the end of the game? You know how our players don't have any idea what the fuck is going on with the plot? What if we made them confused again? Oh. Did you see the Twitter drama with the 7 remake? I'm not on Twitter, but what's going on? What's happening with the 7 remake? Nomura is fine in small intervals. Yeah, I think Nomura... I think Nomura is like a couple people in game design that I like, where in small doses... they're fine. I think Hideo Kojima, in small doses, is pretty cool. And then he made Death Stranding, which is uncaged Kojima, and I kind of hate it. Meanwhile, Yoko Taro, direct that directly in my veins. I don't care. Let him do whatever the fuck he wants. I don't care. I don't give a shit. Give it to me. Seven Remake Twitter got into a shipping war. Oh my, you fuckers. Where did FF7 come out? It was like 97, right? 97. You fuckers have been doing this. Oh, it feels... I'm back with Evangelion. It's back to Evangelion again. You fuckers have been doing this for decades. It's Tifa, by the way. It's definitely Tifa, though. Italian Senate goer Ava over here. Oh, man. Me, over here, who has never played FF7 in any capacity. What was the shipping war over in particular? People arguing about if Aerith... Oh, my God. These motherfuckers have never Bro, I've never played any FF7 game or spin-off of FF7, and I know... Dude, what about Zack? What are you talking about, bro? Bro, she's already got Zack. You're not her man. What are you talking about? Carrie has talked to me at length going like, I'm like, so like in the shipping thing, she's like, it's Aerith and Zack. And I go, oh, okay. Hello, welcome. What are you guys talking about? Final Fantasy. Apparently there's like shipping wars in the FF7 community, but I played FF7 Remake, just make Cloud, Tifa, Aerith thruple. I mean, genuinely, this is the solution. It's just like polyamory will solve all of these issues. What about the Ninja Girl? Isn't she like... I don't know shit about Yuffie. You know, I know Yuffie more from Kingdom Hearts than I do FF7, and that's fucked up. That's fucked up to me. Yuffie is like 15? I don't know shit. I've heard about Zack, and that there's some connection with Cloud I've heard of. I don't know the details. Don't look up anything. You just gotta play the fucking, the game. Crisis Core. I was trying to think of it for like the last minute. You gotta play Crisis Core. It's incredibly important to FF7's plot from everything Carrie has told me. Yuffie is like 5 years old and 3 apples tall. Unfortunately, Crisis Core sucks. Didn't they remake it, though? Didn't they remake it and it was, like, good? It was, like, fine? They did, it still sucks. So, what you're telling me is that in our great FF7 marathon, Gary and I were probably just going to watch the cutscenes. All I know from the remake of Crisis Core is the controversy of Zack's voice actor. All I have seen, I have no opinion, but all I have seen is there's a part where he is screaming and there's a guy calmly walking away from Zack and he's like, and Zack is punching the ground going like, Angeal! Angeal! That's all I've seen. That's all I know. Let me tell you about Genesis. I don't want to fucking know about this. I'm being strapped to a board and being... Look at this Nomura design. No! No! Would Final Fantasy monsters or demons do well in 40k? Yes. Dude, 40k, all of 40k. I'm talking every single person and entity. Bahamut clears. Bahamut fucking clears. Dude, nobody 40k has Zeta Flare. Well, not even Bahamut. He's got fucking Terra Flare, Tetra Flare, whatever. You know the one. How much do you know about Japanese visual Kai music? What? Huh? What does it mean clear? That means like Bahamut solos all of 40k. Like Bahamut just goes in and just fucking does one spell and just the entire Imperium dies. There go the Eldar. There go the demons. There go everybody. Just one. That's it. Let me tell you about a man, a myth, a legend named Gact. Hold up. Gact. What the fuck? Gakuto Oshiro, better known as Gact, is a Japanese singer, songwriter, musician, record producer, and actor. Born in Okinawa. Okay. What about Gact? I'm gonna type Gact Final Fantasy and see what happens. Wait. 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 Wait, they made him a guy? Wait, they made him a guy! Is Bahamut that OP? That's just Bahamut. Like, most summons in Final Fantasy just fucking go into 40k and go, you're cute, and just fucking annihilate whatever in front of them. Maybe not most iterations of Ifrit, unfortunately. Ifrit, unfortunately, gets jobbed on a lot. Except 16. Like, they specifically picked Ifrit as, like, the poster boy of FF16 because in every Final Fantasy, he's been just kind of like, and here's your first summon boss. It's Ifrit. Gact is Sephiroth Senpai. Shut up. You're strapping me to the Princess Bride torture board, and you're going like, and look at this thing. No! No! In 12, the summon names were ships. Huh. Huh. How does that work with Bismarck, though? Because isn't Bismarck, like, named after a ship? So is it... so, like... You have Bismarck the ship, and then you have Bismarck the summon, and then we go back to ship. Waka with the Blitzball can take down a Primarch. Genuinely, yes. Genuinely, yeah. Bismarck was a guy. There was a guy named Bismarck that the ship was named after. So there was a guy who became a ship, and the ship became a Final Fantasy summon, and the Final Fantasy summon became a ship again. So we've got full circle. We just need an FF character to come out and go, my name is Bismarck. And we go, oh, fuck, there he is. Oh, shit. The ship also became an anime woman twice. Yeah, that happens. You don't want to know how deep the FF7 rabbit hole goes? I mean, genuinely I do, because it's a game that Carrie cares about quite a lot. And I love Final Fantasy. And she likes FF7 a lot. You know? So it's one of those things we want to, like, experience together. Welcome back to Crystal Tower. Welcome, Crystal Tower. Welcome, welcome. I'm just thinking about summons in, like, the Warhammer universes. I feel the only Warhammer universe that the summons would actually be, like have a chance of being defeated is Age of Sigmar. And that's not me saying, like, oh, I'm here to glaze AOS. Like, genuinely, I think AOS power scaling is so busted that the summons actually have, like, a threat. The Sanguinor. Nah, dude, Sanguinor, all it takes is Shiva doing Diamond Dust once, and he's fucking gone. All it takes is one Diamond Dust and most of 40k. You're done. Wouldn't the Necrons and the old ones still beat them? Nope, Necrons are famously really bad when dealing with magic. Also, old ones are all dead anyway. Oh, you mean the Catan? Catan are contained by the... well, Catan may have a chance, but even then... like, I feel the only thing that could really, like, match the summons, and the reason why I say Age of Sigmar is because the gods in AOS are walking around. Most summons in the Final Fantasy world are, like, god-level threats, because they are gods. The only things that ever frightened Orokin and Trasm was the warp. Yep. I think the Necrons could handle summons pretty easily. I think maybe eventually if the summon didn't wipe them out, like, immediately. From what I've heard, there are ships in Star Trek that have killed gods and reignited suns. Yeah, I feel... The more I learn about Star Trek, the funnier, like, power scaling... like, we're having a power scaling conversation. That's essentially what this is. And I feel that these conversations are not very productive. And the reason why is because if you take Warhammer, and Warhammer 40k in particular, and pair it next to, like, any other sci-fi setting, 9 times out of 10, Warhammer wiped. Think of a Imperium starship. Like a cruiser. Now think of a Star Trek starship. Imperium's fucked. I think you're missing the scale creep. That is fair. Yeah, Warhammer ships are really huge, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're better. Tau ship? I mean, most of the time Tau ships are taking the fight, unless the author is like, well, the Imperium has to win this for whatever reason. The Enterprise D is like almost invisible next to an Imperial battleship or a Necron craft. That's fair enough. I guess I'm just not really, like, familiar how big Star Trek ships are, because, like, that's not really a setting I'm super familiar with. They're realistically large, 40k ships are unrealistically massive. I see, I see. I think the reason why I imagine Imperium ships smaller than they're actually described is because of exactly what you said, is like, well, it has to be somewhat realistic, right? And the answer is no. No, it's not realistic at all. But then you read the books, and authors don't go into how massive really the ships are. Because how do you write that? You can't be like, and then I walked across the ship for 4 months until I met the, you know, like, what? Ah, theme of end of adventure. Wow. We did it. We won the day. They're large enough for an entire section of their society to be forgotten. I genuinely think Owlcat's Rogue Trader game was so perfect in exactly what we're talking about. Is like, Owlcat did a really, really good job in that you only go to a couple parts of the ship, and then occasionally you get like a message going, hey, there's a riot happening in this sector, and you go, where? And they go, oh, it's like this tucked away little place that nobody has actually gone into for like the last 40 years. What? Huh? Yeah, exactly. I think Owlcat did a really good sense of scale for just the ship that you're on. Hey, we have a cult inside of our ship. What? Yeah, they worship the Emperor, but it's like a different way of worshiping the Emperor, but it's fine. Oh. What? Huh? What do you mean? Yeah. Nobody has like checked on them in like 100 years, so they've like developed their own society, but they still worship the Emperor though. So it's fine. It's fine. Oh. Huh. The Night Lord's book only talks about how big the ships are by talking about the city of the engine crew where they go to hunt serfs when they needed to hunt. Jesus. But this is exactly why a lot of authors don't touch this, is because it's so hard to actually visualize, let alone write for something like this. It's like, well, how do you even describe this? The answer is you kind of don't. You kind of don't. You just kind of go like, and the ship was really big. There is a part that I noticed in my reread of The Twice Dead King Ruin, which, by the way, Book Club Wednesday, if everything goes according to plan, where there's a part where a ship comes into atmosphere, and Ultix is watching this happen, and the ship is coming in so fast, and it's so big that it just entering the planet's atmosphere is essentially a bomb going off. And I was like, that's a good sense of scale. He's like, why is the enemy ducking? And then the fucking shockwave hits and he goes, oh. Oh, right. Anytime you think about it with science in mind, it just stops working faster than almost any other sci-fi ship. I mean, again, we talked about this at length on stream. Like, you gotta take 40k, especially 40k, but most Warhammer settings, you gotta take it as like a, it just works. It's magic, or, it's crazy. It's the Imperium. Whoa, that's crazy. Yeah, the chain part is crazy because it's like, Ultix is like, what the fuck do you mean chains? What? Huh? What? But yeah, we should be doing a book club on Twice Dead King on the 13th, so have it read by then. I'll tell you what, though. This weekend, I got to get some stuff done for the video, and I'm excited to see how the editor is coming along for the High Elf video. How does Society Ship work in 40k? Well, from what we're talking about, like, the ships are so massive that you're eventually going to have parts of the ship that are largely forgotten, and as the generations go on, more and more people are going to develop their own culture and their own society within a ship. So their society will look very, very different than, say, somebody in another part of the ship. Or somebody who's not even on a starship. It's crazy. I really like Ulfar as a companion and rogue trader. I liked him so much, I bought a squad of Space Wolf Marine Intercessors for myself. I said it while we were streaming Rogue Trader. So you can find the VODs and literally, like, hear me say this again. The best part of Rogue Trader, or any game that is like it, and why I think something like an Age of Sigmar computer RPG, CRPG, would be really, really, really good, is being able to walk up to, like, say, a Mechanicus, like a tech priest, and go, how do you interpret the Omnissiah? And walking to a different tech priest and going, how do you interpret the Omnissiah? Like that, and getting a character perspective on that, very cool. Very, very, very cool. I love that. I love being able to just walk up to a character and go, hey, from your perspective, what do you feel about XYZ? And doing that with Ulfar was very, very cool too. Because you go up to Ulfar and you're like, what is a Space Wolf? And he's like, let me tell you. And, you know, it's great. Chat. Wait. A Galaxy-class starship like the Enterprise D is 642 meters long. The Vengeful Spear is 20,000 meters long. Warhammer's so stupid. Endearingly, it's so stupid. Not really Warhammer news, but you know what we have today? We have some art. Behold, Blades of Khorne. Now, I've talked about it before, and I'm never going to stop talking about it. GW, this is a really cool article type thing doing. I love just seeing the artwork and stuff. You know what I really like? Having the art, and then maybe somewhere, I don't know, directly under or over it, you have illustrated by XYZ. That would be pretty cool. I'd like that. I'd like to see who made these. Because this is really, really, really good art. Look at him go. This makes me just really want to see what a refresh of the Khorne stuff in AOS is going to look like. There's a bunch of Kharadron overlords fighting a bloodthirster. This one is great. Did you know the model that is based on this art, I think it's like a Herald of Khorne on Juggernaut, is one of the oldest minis that I think you can still buy? Bloodthirster fighting some Stormcast. Very cool, very cool. Look at this guy. Look at him. He's got a puppy. You know, this dude actually ascended into becoming a Demon Prince, and we were all expecting him to actually get a Demon Prince model, and then it never happened, and now I'm kind of upset about it, but whatever. There's always next time. Not a huge fan of this one. This was the Battle Tome art for last edition. Not my favorite, but I like it. Like, it's well made. Look at him. Not a cell phone in sight. Did they just forget it? No. Like, the way that these are... Every single model release is on a schedule. So, if this character gets a model, it'll be at some point in the future. Very cool. Let's see if we can find that old-ass model. A lot of Corn stuff for AOS is pretty old. Like, this is from first edition AOS. Look at this. Oof. They still got those squat proportions. Look at them. They look squished. The most modern Corn sculpt we have is the Deathbringer. And this seems to be the direction that they're going with for Corn. Red armor, classic chaosy look. But I think we're going to get more, like, musculature showing. Like, way more musculature. Which, honestly, pretty sweet. Oh, shit. Did they take it off the site? I think they did. They finally took off the fuck-ass... the Corn demon on the Juggernaut with the metal sword that he's raising over his head. God, look at them. How tall are the big Cathay Terracotta Warriors? They're, like, bigger than Knights. They're fucking huge. Or, like, probably as big as Knights. Look at him. Look at that beard. God damn. Can we see a date on the sprue? Nope. That's the classic logo, though. Scarbrand, unfortunately, this summer is getting Legends. Which is unfortunate. Because I think his data sheet, or War Scroll, rather, is really fun. And also, did you know that all Chaos armies can have a Regiment of Renown that lets you bring Scarbrand, which means you can be playing Skaven and Scarbrand? He has a rule here. Let's look at this up. I don't wanna like misremember it. But oh man, it's so fucking funny. Wait, no. We need to pick like a... Let's pick Slaves to Darkness. And then the Exiled one. There it is. Okay. Organization, 1 Scarbrand. 390 points. Any combat phase. Hatred for all. You must use this ability if this unit is not in combat and there are any other visible friendly units in this unit's combat range. So within 3 inches. You must pick one of those friendly units to be the target. Resolve combat attacks for this unit against the target. So if you don't have Scarbrand fighting the enemy, he's going to turn to your ally and go, ah! And just fucking kill them. Who allowed this rule? Someone who is a genius. It's fucking awesome. That's perfect. Will the tournament allow this? Yeah. Yeah, that's the rule. If he's not in combat with the enemy and he's next to a friendly unit, he's gonna turn at the end of the turn and fucking kill him. It's perfect. He's got Slaughter and Carnage. Crit Mortal. What is Blood Hungry? Once per turn reaction, you declared skulls for the Skull Throne ability. Blood Drenched. Ah. Okay. Huh. 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 Okay. Interesting. Can he fight with Slaughter and Carnage on the same turn? Yes. The way AOS works is Skarbrand walks up to your unit, and I go, okay, he's going to attack with Slaughter, and then we do those, and then I go, and then he's going to hit you with Carnage. It's not like 40k where you pick one melee weapon. It's just you go down the fucking list. While this unit has 10 or more damage points, yeah, so he... Okay. Inescapable Wrath, add 1 to the number of dice rolled when making charge rolls to a maximum of 3. He's getting in combat no matter what. He also has a ward of 5 up, which, for those who don't know, that's essentially a feel no pain. Once per turn army, any combat phase, Roar of Total Rage. Pick an enemy unit in combat with Skarbrand to be the target. Roll either 3 dice or a number of dice equal to the number of damage points this unit has. For each 4-up, inflict 1 mortal damage on the target. Wait. Either 3 dice or a number of dice equal to the number of damage points this unit has. So a maximum of 16? I walk up to your hero. Skarbrand calmly approaches your hero. I calmly roll 16 dice, and every 4-up is 1 mortal damage that you can only avoid if you have a ward. I simply walk up and ask to shake your unit's hand. I'm simply asking to shake his hand. Shake my hand. Also, that's the ability, which means after I roll that, I am going to hit you with Slaughter and Carnage. Just so that we understand each other. Shake my hand. Shake my hand. That sounds fair. I mean, Skarbrand costs 410 points. That's a heavy chunk of your army. And if something costs that much, it better feel like it's really strong. And Skarbrand is really fucking strong. I just wish his model was a little... I wish it got refreshed. He's getting Legends because he's quite old. Wait, can we see? Wait. Computer. Enhance. Oh, computer. Oh. Does that say 20? Oh, I can't see it. I think that says 2010. Skarbrand is getting Legends. Yep. Yep. This summer he's getting Legends. The solution is to simply throw more clan rats to clog up Skarbrand. I mean, genuinely, yes. Anything like Skarbrand that is super strong and is going to kill whatever is in his path, the best thing to do, so this is like Angron, this is like any Primarch really, or any just big monster or something that you don't want to deal with, simply move a unit that is cheap and feed them to Skarbrand. AOS or 40k. AOS is having Skarbrand become Legends. His rules will become Legends in the summer. He better be getting a refresh, I swear to God. Like, I genuinely think he's going to get one at some point. Maybe not soon, but at some point. Because if you put Skarbrand next to the other demons, he is so tiny. He's so tiny. I would not trust anything that has chains like this to not just immediately snap off. Do you see these? These are immediately going away. This is getting snapped immediately. Honestly, if you scale him up, I think he looks fine. Yeah. I think... Yeah, no. There's, like, nothing wrong with the sculpt. He's just a little small. These images are far more clearer. 2014. Damn. These, I think, are also 2014 then, because this was like a big... Yep. This was part of AOS getting their whole new stuff. Damn. Skull Grinder. Temporarily out of stock. I don't think you're coming back in stock. This was the old, like, start collecting box for Blades of Corn. I hate that fucking thing. That thing in the back. What is this called? Like a gore monster or whatever? I hate this fucking thing. I hate it. I think it looks awful. Another case of this is immediately going to snap off. Behold. This. Holding up all this. And you can tell that that's the case because they literally... they literally don't have it for, like, the other example. It's so fucking funny. This, much more stable. Much more stable. This is also from 2014, right? I think so. Yeah, no, this is really held up. When did iOS first release? 2013. 2013. I put Skarbrand on the same scale and, like, quality as, like, the old Demon Prince. Like, I have an old Demon Prince. I could go get it. And, like, it's not a bad mini. It's just kind of old. And when you compare it to the new stuff, you go, oh. Are you eventually going to do a Votann episode explaining? No, there aren't really plot relevant, and I don't... Well, first mistake. Assuming 40k has a plot. No, but, like, definitely going to do a Votann episode. One of the main reasons I've not done a Votann episode yet is because, like, just the scheduling has been, like, Primarch focused. But also, it gives us time to wait for more lore to come out about them, because if we were to do a Votann episode right now, it would be like... So here's, like, everything we know, and it would be, like, 30 minutes long, just talking about it, and then Carrie would be like, so do we know anything else? And I'd be like, nah. Nah, that's it. The face on the old Demon Prince looks bad. Wait, no. What are you talking about? Look at that wonderful smile. Look at that wonderful smile. Look at that beautiful smile. Not that one? Oh, you're talking about the old. Or are you talking about this one? You mean part of the new kit? Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of that head. Wait, is the one to his left the new one? The one that you're looking at right now is the new one. Yeah. But it has like 5 different heads. Yeah. No, I'm not a huge fan of that face either. I used a different one. As somebody who has painted 2 Demon Princes, I think the Demon Prince might be like one of my favorite kits GW has released in a long time. It's genuinely an amazing kit. I love the Demon Prince. I will be purchasing another one at some point. What's y'all's favorite Be'lakor face? I mean, Be'lakor in general. I bought Be'lakor for Alex. This was like years ago. I mean, frankly, like, I don't really like the... I don't like the Be'lakor standing over a Space Marine, and I'll tell you why. Because Be'lakor, to me, is a fantasy character who just sometimes shows up in 40k. Like, he's... I don't know. This, to me, is like... What are you doing here? I like the tongue sticking out. I would probably do tongue sticking out, hand pointed forward. I like the tongue sticking out look. Yeah. Amazing model. Are you lost, Be'lakor? No, it's just he's not really relevant in fucking 40k. And he never really has been. But Fantasy AOS, he's like doing things. Here's his son. My stupid chud son. The model is very big. I would love to paint it though. Not right now though. I don't want to get a model that's too big like Archaon, where I'm living right now, because I'm so terrified in transport, because I eventually want to live in Canada with Carrie. I don't want to, like, have this break in transport, you know what I mean? Like, that's a genuine concern of mine. Why no Slanesh head? So, let me tell you what's going on. All right. In between the millennia, like countless upon countless years, between the old world blowing up and what would eventually become Age of Sigmar with all the crystallization worlds and stuff like that. Let me tell you what happened in the meantime. Archaon went to other dimensions and killed them. He has destroyed multiple universes. And in this time, Archaon was gaining a lot of power. And the Chaos Gods, they were a little concerned about that, because Archaon's #1 goal is to kill all the gods. No gods, no kings, only men. So, what he did is he's going around and he's like killing all these, he's gaining so much power, and the gods go, let's try to kill this guy. Let's kill this guy. Let's kill this fucking guy, okay? So Khorne sends a champion to kill Archaon. Archaon kills the champion, and Dorgar, his horse, eats the soul of Khorne's champion. Gains some power. Nurgle sends a champion. Same thing happens. Dorgar gains some power. Archaon gains some power. Aren't they on the same team? It's chaos. You're in it for yourself. Tzeentch sends a champion, same thing happens. Now, around this time, Age of Sigmar was actually starting to get, like, up and going. We were, like, pretty much properly into the Age of Myth. In that time, Slaanesh, the elven gods, managed to trap the god of excess in between the realms in her own pocket dimension, imprisoned. So Slaanesh didn't send a champion. Also, Slaanesh didn't want to because why would I? He's already killed fucking 3 of yours. I'm not going to send my champion. So Archaon's going around, and he's like, you know what? I do need another power boost. He's walking around. Which elven god is this? Teclis, Tyrion, Morathi, Malarian. They trapped Slaanesh in between the realms and then opened her mouth to retrieve elven souls from her stomach, and that's how we started to get things like the Lumineth Realm Lords, the Ideneth Deepkin, the Daughters of Cain, etc., etc., etc. That's how we got elves in AOS, is they opened her mouth and they retrieved the souls. Anyway, Archaon needed a power boost. So he's walking around and he's like, oh, fuck, I would really appreciate if Slaanesh wasn't actually trapped right now. And then he felt a little like scratching his leg. He went, what the fuck? And there's a great horned rat touching his leg. He goes, ew, get away from me. And he goes, hey, I'll give you a blessing. I'm not even going to send a champion. I'll give you a blessing. And Archaon goes, no, fuck off, rat. And he goes, okay. Later on, the rat comes again and he goes, hey, Archaon, offer's still open. I'll give you I'll bless him. Archaon goes, no, fuck off, great horned rat. I hate you. I hate Skaven. And eventually he's doing all these things and he's fucking like getting real strong. But he's like, I need more of a power boost. And he goes, okay. And the great horned rat goes, I'll let you give me a blessing. And the great horned rat goes, great. I'm ready for the rat head. And he goes, nope. I will not have you bless my horse. You may bless his tail. And that's why Dorgar has 2 tails. So technically, Archaon does have all 4 blessings. Well, he has 4 blessings from 4 Chaos Gods. Because later on, the rat at the time wasn't a Chaos God yet. He hadn't ascended just yet. But now he is a full and proper God. So Archaon is blessed by 4 Chaos Gods. He's not blessed by Slaanesh because Slaanesh is still, in jail. Archaon would not allow Dorgar or himself to be shamed or lowered, you might say, to have the rat head. But that's Archaon. His horse got big and strong. Now he's a growing boy. And now the horse, well, horse looks real different now. Horse look real different. Archaon is rat racist? Yeah, he hates the Skaven. And the Skaven, well, the Skaven hate everybody. It looks more than a horse. I mean, to be fair, it has, like, gained an insurmountable amount of chaotic energy. This guy is Eternus, Blade of the First Prince. This guy was part of the Varangard, basically Archaon's personal bodyguards. They ride, like, demonic horses and shit. It's awesome, right? So, Eternus, at some point, he was going around doing Archaon's bidding, and he started to feel doubt. He started to feel doubt in the overall goal, because he was like, I don't know, like, I'm kind of becoming disillusioned with this whole, like, let's kill all the gods thing. And he kept hearing, like, these like murmurings in his ear, all these like things telling him, like, yeah, you're right. You're actually super, super right. And then one day, Be'lakor shows up and goes, hey, I know you don't really like Archaon, but why don't you come with me? And Eternus considers this, and he goes, you know what? I'm not really a big fan of Archaon anymore. You know what, Be'lakor? I will go with you. And Be'lakor goes, great, it's a deal. And then he grabs Eternus, flies him up to the firmament of the realm, where Be'lakor had trapped a bunch of Stormcast Eternal Souls and just kind of shoved them into Eternus, basically killing him. But then Eternus came back to life, and now Be'lakor has essentially a Chaos Stormcast as his bodyguard. So Eternus's rules, he can like come back once per game. It's fucking crazy. He can respawn. How? Magic. Sure, what the hell, why not? Dude, AOS is crazy. He just shoved a bunch of fucking souls in there. And now he's, you know. So it just works that way. Yeah, magic. Be'lakor, don't get it twisted. He's the first demon prince. He's got power. And he hates nobody more than Archaon. And he wants Archaon's seat as the Everchosen. AOS is a setting made out of the rule of cool. That's damn true. AOS as a setting is, you're asking, wouldn't it be cool if... Yeah, that exists. Yeah, do it. Yeah. Here's a ghost riding on a ghost horse with a scythe with wings. Fuck you. That's awesome. What's the lore for those Minotaur things in the Slaves to Darkness range? Oh, the Ogroids? Okay. Oh. Ogroids are not beastmen. They had a whole society, a whole civilization. They were very civil. They actually had society. So the beastmen were like, fuck you, you suck. And eventually when the Age of Chaos happened and Chaos invaded and everything, they were looking for help from things like the god of destruction, Gorka Morka. And Gorka Morka did not hear their pleas. And they went to other people trying to get any sort of assistance, but nobody heard their pleas. So their entire society basically went, fuck it. Fuck you. We're going to Chaos. They're very good smiths, and they're huge. And, but importantly, they are not beastmen. They're a different thing. There is I will say this, though. There is a Regiment of Renown that you can play in Destruction. So if you play, like, Ironjaws, like, the orcs and stuff. No, not Bone Splitters. Let's go to Ironjaws or Cruel Boys or, like, the Goblins and stuff. You can actually play... Here we go. So, you can play Goran Scions, which is 3 of these guys, and a Thaumaturge, and a Myrmidon, but their thing is, the beasts known as Ogroids were once the Gorons, a race of destruction that fell to chaos after orcs sacked their capital, but not every Goron clan spat upon Gorka Morka. Some stayed faithful, and they occasionally emerged to fight alongside their old kin. Their gifts of flashy choppas is usually enough to banish any suspicion. So if you're playing Ogroid, if you're playing, like, orcs and stuff, you can have, like, a couple of these dudes in your army. Why he blue? Zinchi. I love the symbols on the back. It's so fucking cool. By the way, chat, these guys are on 60mm bases. Meaning, hey, do you want a Demon Prince that's like a cool Minotaur guy? Here you go. Like this with some wings is a very common kit bash for a Demon Prince of Khorne. I'm trying to understand the cults of Slaves of Darkness. When I see them, are they still worshipping Chaos or their own gods? It depends. The gods of AOS... Gods have many aspects that are tangentially related to the Chaos gods at large. But there are, like, minor gods of Chaos here and there. And why they might be working with each other is simply because, hey, work with us or die. It could just be that simple. It could be as simple as, like, we worship an aspect of Khorne, and perhaps that aspect is more akin to, like, a hound. Or, oh, you can't actually... Oh, wow, they're not listed anymore. That's unfortunate. There were a lot of little cults that you would be able to buy and play with Slaves of Darkness. But they really trimmed the fat, so to speak, with that. Why do Slaves of Darkness have a bunch of Warcry warbands? So Warcry famously is not supported very well by GW. And Warcry is what Kill Team is to 40k. So that's why. Like, Warcry, when it first came out, was supposed to be, hey, in the 8 points, which is like basically a Chaos hub, there are arenas, and your Warcry warband are fighting in an arena to get the attention of Archaon to hopefully, like, become cool champions, right? So these guys, these are Chaos Legionaries. These dudes serve Be'lakor, I believe. Yep, they're sworn to the First Prince. So these guys are sworn to Be'lakor. This guy, I think, also Be'lakor adjacent? No. Nope, wait. Rolled up on his hind legs, tail, and a top knot swaying behind him. This model makes an eye-catching addition to any Chaos collection with the gladiatorial style of his armor fits perfectly with the other designs of Archaon's fighting pits, such as the Chaos Legionaries who share his worship of Be'lakor. Yep. This is also a Be'lakor worshipper. Oh, you can tell because he's got the Be'lakor face on his, on the helmet. Gorgeous mini. Absolutely gorgeous. Love it. Oh yeah, and the Be'lakor thing there. But yeah, there used to be a bunch of cults that you would be able to play with in Slaves to Darkness. And it was just like a lot to... Like, a lot of them had really weird rules, and the rules, like, would kind of be busted if you brought them. So GW, in remaking AOS, like, fully, basically, said, hey, how about we just get rid of a lot of these guys or make them go into here? So, like, the Rotmire Creed was a Warcry warband that you could use with Slaves to Darkness. Like, their whole mechanic was around poisoning people. But now they're for Maggotkin of Nurgle, which you could use them for Maggotkin before, but now it seems that they're exclusively Maggotkin, I guess. But they're cool. My favorite call is the one with the amputated sword limbs. Yep. That one was really good. That one was really popular. I really like the Maggotkin visually. Well, no, not exactly visually, because like the Lord of Plagues, this does not speak to me. But you know what does? Where are they? Show me them. I'm going too fast. I can't even see the fucking thing I'm looking for. There they are. Oh, the Rot Swords. Awesome. Awesome. Amazing. This, not loving it. This, I'm in love. I love the Rot Sword minis. They look fantastic. Is it the pose? No, I just think the armor to flesh ratio on the rot swords is a lot better. Like, this looks great to me, but this, I'm like, I get it. It's supposed to be like they're so bloated and stuff. It's like armor, but like, I don't know. It doesn't look cool to me. This looks cool. And then you've got the Putrid Blight Kings. I really like the direction they've taken the Maggotkin of Nurgle. Crunchy? God damn it. I love OBS. Look at him. Yeah, I love, like, the Bog Witch. I love the Bog Witch aesthetic. Ava, do you care at all about Blood Bowl? I've played a game of Blood Bowl. I liked it. I'd say yeah. Look at these guys. These guys are fucking cool. The Sloven Knights. I love the horses. They look so gross and so nasty. I love them. This guy's my favorite. Demons need an update. They look too goofy. I agree. I think Demons getting a refresh is long overdue. Yeah, I love the direction that they've taken Maggotkin. And it makes me excited to see, like, the direction that they take Khorne. Because Khorne definitely needs a refresh. Tzeentch, maybe as well. Maybe Tzeentch needs more stuff added to their stuff. You know who doesn't, though? The Hedonites of Slaanesh. Oh my god, they've nailed the aesthetic. It's so fucking cool. So fucking cool. Look at this. Awesome. The Myrmidesh Painbringers. Like, this is so fucking sweet. A good mix of sexy and weird, yeah. You know what Slaanesh does need, though? Playable rules. Last I checked, Slaanesh in AOS was, like, pretty okay. Look at this fucking thing. Yeah, the fucking Lord of Gluttony is definitely, like, one of the best minis. This is one of the best I would argue the best miniature representation of Slaanesh they've ever made. It's perfect. Look at him. Very cool. How is Be'lakor $45 more than that? Good question. I think it's because, like, Be'lakor literally is, like, larger height-wise. I've seen a lot of Golden Demon entries of this guy. Sigvald, everybody wants to do the mirror shield. Look at those assless chaps. My god. So we've got Sigvald. We've got... Nope, that's Horticulus. Wrong guy, wrong guy, wrong guy. We've got Festus. We got Sigvald and Festus. Wait, does he have a head where he's not smiling? He does. Why would you not have him smile? Look at that beautiful smile. Sigvald would make a fantastic Fulgrim proxy with some minor conversions. I mean, before we had the model of Fulgrim as a Demon Prince, like, Sigvald was the kit bash thing for Fulgrim. I hate how they made Village into a generic character. This makes me think that Village or some other champion of Tzeentch is going to get a different model at some point. I think that's very, very possible. And for Khorne, it's got to be Valkia. It's got to be Valkia. But yeah, I would think Village getting like a proper named mini would be good. But if these are anything to go off of, like how much, what's the Festus base size? Let's see here. 150 by 95. This one I think is 60. Yeah, so they're properly big. I imagine Valkia would also be really big. At least 60 millimeter base. Does Tzeentch have a big mortal demon prince from fantasy like the other three? Village the Curseling, which they turned into just a generic thing. Is Sigvald a demon prince now? They're all demon princes. Will Valkia be in AOS? She already is. She's, her model went to Legends, last year. Should Valkia be in armor or be bricky bait? She should be in armor. Her armor is, like, one of the most important things. It's the armor, it's the shield, it's the spear. She should be in full armor. Who does Khorne love more, Valkia or Karn? Valkia. No contest. Valkia. She fought naked that one time. Yeah, that was to make a point, though. Her pride had been wounded because the demon had been like, ha ha ha, naked lady. And she came out completely naked to be like, you don't have power over me. Yeah, I'm naked, so what? Fuck you. And then she kicked his ass. From the text I read, it was unclear if naked or no armor. I'm leaning to no armor because the author of Valkia's book was talking about how, like, we got things right. Now, maybe she couldn't, in the book, explicitly say no armor. I remember... Have you looked at Horticulus? Yeah, no, I know. I know, Chad. I meant to say it only happened once. She had been in armor every other time. Yeah. Like, if we're getting into it, to become, like, in the ranks of a demon, well, I guess she would get special privileges because she's Kord's favorite. But, like, when you become a chosen of a god, this goes for 40k as well. The more chaosy you get, the more power you gain, your armor starts to fuse with your flesh. Chosen in 40k can't take off their armor. No, so when Valkia gets, like... Well, if she ever gets, like, refreshed, she'll be in armor. I think she still has Legends rules. 1 minute. I have to imagine we'll get her again with the Blades of Kord refresh at least. From Festus gave me a lot of hope that that's what they're doing. I think next edition, 5th edition AOS, we're going to see a Blades of Khorne refresh at some point, and we're going to see Valkia as, like, the centerpiece of that. In which case, my money, I feel it's coming out of my pocket. Nope. Valkia has been fully removed from the game. Oh, that's a shame. She was, like, okay. Like, she was on, like, a 32mm base or 25 or something. Like, she was very, very tiny. But her cool thing was she could deep strike because she's fucking flying. But as she, like, came into the field, she would kill something, like, on the way in. It was super cool. Is Kor Pharon dead? No. No. What? Yeah. Erebus, Kor Pharon, Lorgar, they're walking around. They're doing shit. What? That old bitch. I've seen some Rad Andrasta kit bashes of Valkia. I mean, that was going to be my plan for the longest time, but honestly, seeing Festus has really, like, made me go, oh, I think I'm going to wait and just see what GW might be cooking at some point. I have a theory that they'll send the old Putrid Blight Kings to Old World, and when Khorne refresh comes, the same thing with Wrathmongers and Skull Reapers. Maybe. That's a possibility. But I don't think... If I remember right, Old World doesn't necessarily... Well, they might have units that you could, like, bring like that, but... Like, when you play Old World, you're not really playing Khorne. You're playing Warriors of Chaos... But you can mark, like, this unit is Khorne, this unit is Nurgle, this unit is what... Like, Khorne as a faction doesn't really exist. I managed to acquire a Kill Team Cassius Salamander Terminator character for under $25 from Mini Swap. I'm looking forward to putting that into my Terminator. Kill Team Cassius. Oh my god. Huh. Alright, y'all. You ready to play some Black Legion? I'm ready. I've got like 5 minis on the desk. We're not gonna like go to completion because like we're gonna get to the part where we varnish probably, and then that'll be it. No, I'm not ready. I'm scared. What's happening? I'm scared. Who the fuck is that? All right, chat. Okay. We've got heavy weapons. We're gonna have to coat these with a black really quick, but they've been prime black. Heavy weapon. Heavy weapon, Night Lord. Aspiring champion, Slaanesh marked. Aspiring champion, Undivided. The Iron Warriors upgrade spruce sucks. You don't even get Terminator shoulder pads. That's unfortunate. Well. Back to the Hazard Stripe mines with Yi. I never see Chaos Springs with beaky helmets. You'd think they'd be more common, but I mean the Slaanesh ones have beakies. Alright. So we gotta coat these with a thin layer of coal black from Pro Acryl. Reason being, this is actually a matte black. The Rust-Oleum primer that I use is actually satin. So that'll help us with the overall armor color. Also, it lets us get some places that the primer was not able to actually fully get. We'll go from there. Newer kits like the Murder Wing got some beakies. Yeah. The Raptors does. The Raptors kit. The building of these labs was the first stream of yours I ever did watch. That's kind of cool. I didn't want to do like the entire Chaos Space Marine Force immediately because I knew I would get hella burnt out. But, you know. Sometimes good things come to those who wait. And all that jazz. So I'm just taking a big flat brush here. I've got a little bit of coal black on it, and I'm just sloppily spreading it around, trying to get just a thin coat of it all over. I haven't even thinned it with water, because, I mean, honestly, the Pro Acryl paints are so thin anyway. But I'm just giving a thin coat of black, trying to make sure I get all the armor panels, trying to make sure I get any places that the primer missed. Remember, primer is not paint. It's just the thing that helps the paint stick to the model. It is not actual paint. Now, you could just start painting on top of the primer. That's fine. Nothing wrong with that. But if you have like a satin black like this for the primer, and then let's say we get a little bit into the painting process, and then, uh-oh, I need to correct this black. Well, because the finish is different, it's going to look a little weird. I'm trying to be careful around things like the cape, because I don't want anything. A lot of these are kitbashed with resin parts, so I'm trying to be careful not to do too much movement or too hard. Well, I mean, you shouldn't be like beating up the mini as you're like trying to go through and base coat everything, you know what I mean? Just try to be somewhat gentle. Just try to get the model completely covered in whatever base coat you're gonna do. Now don't get too concerned with getting every little nook and cranny, because frankly, if you can't see it from an angle that you're gonna be playing the game at, it doesn't matter. We're not painting golden demons here. We're here to paint gaming pieces. Okay, heavy weapons. I am heavy weapons guy. Okay, we're just gonna go through. I'm looking forward. This is my first Slaanesh model I'm ever going to be painting. This is very exciting to me. I've noticed they don't have a lot of trim, which is good. But I'm excited because, I don't know, it's just a new model. I get excited when I get to paint a new mini. Especially if it's just like a basic troop. Because I feel like once I understand how to paint something, I grow to appreciate the sculpting like much more. So I'm looking forward to learning every little nook and cranny of these guys. But who knows? There might be a situation where we're painting this and I'm just like, I hate this model. I hate it. I hate this model. I doubt it though. I really like how the Slaanesh Emperor's Children sculpts look. I think they look great. We're also going to be using more Army Painter paints today, and I'll tell you why. Because I've talked about in the past that enamel paints, the enamel wash that we do, does not play nice with Army Painter paints. However, I've also realized that the Bayo gold that I use also does not really play super nice with the enamel wash that we do afterward. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to get to the point today where I have base coated at least the trim, and we're going to stop before the wash step, and I'm going to go varnish them. And then tomorrow, we'll come back on, well, whenever we paint again, I should say. Whenever we paint again, we're going to come back, we're going to do the enamel wash, and while that's happening, I guess we'll paint something else. Or I'll do the wash off stream. I don't know. We'll just have to see. But that also gives us freedom to use whatever paints I have on hand, which is nice. It also lets me do, what's it called? Well, it also just is a protective layer of paint. It's a protective varnish so that, like, because these are gaming pieces, like, we're gonna varnish at the end anyway, so, like, you know, might as well. So I have like a rattle can varnish that we're gonna, after we get all this done. I won't do it on stream, but we'll varnish them, and then we'll wait about 24 hours at least before we move on to the wash steps. Why 24 hours? Because even though it'll take about an hour for the varnish to be dry to the touch, that does not mean that it is cured. Cured means like fully from like surface to the depths, fully actually hardened. It is done, right? And that's with most varnishes. I would recommend giving 24 hours before doing anything with a varnish. You could wait an hour, but if you're working with things like white spirits, you want to be like pretty careful with it. If you're working, like let's say we were to do this in an order where what's an example? Let's say we did all these steps and we did the enamel wash and we varnished, right? And we wait an hour, and it's dry to the touch, and I want to put some acrylics over that. That's fine, because acrylics are water-based paints. We can go over it, no problem. It's all fine. But if we were to go over with something that is diluted with things like isopropyl alcohol, like the alcohol paint that we have, or something like an oil paint, which needs white spirits to be thinned, that will cause issues. So if you're varnishing and you want to do acrylics on top of that, sure, go for it. That's fine. But if you want to be super duper safe and you're not sure, just wait a day, leave it overnight, come back the next day, and just go, it's time to start painting again. But for these minis that we're working with today, we're just going to be doing our black, and then we're going to move into our reds, because these are all Black Legions, so reds, and then metallics. Well, reds and any other details that need to be like bone or leather, things of that stuff. Things of that nature, you know. So, okay. We also have a Nurgle miniature here that previously was an Enamel Wash. We were doing a bit of a test, so we will also be doing this one as well. Yeah, I do want to do one thing though before we get too crazy with this fine fella here. I want to add a bunch of rust to this axe. I want to make it proper rusty, but maybe we can do that later. Actually, I think maybe it would be better to do that later. Dual tickle mittens look great on CSM. Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to painting this guy. This dude's gonna be awesome. Hi, hello and welcome to the stream. All right, I have a little bit of Mephiston Red still in this little bottle here. So that's what we're gonna use to get any robes. In fact, this guy doesn't even have any robes on him. Is there anything I want to be any particular color? That's going to be gold. That's going to be gold. Silver. This is going to be skin. So we'll base that. No. Well, the tassel on his little head. We'll make that red. And if we run out of this Mephiston Red, no worries, we have another pot. Charmy looks incredible with him too, almost that dragging them pose. Oh, dude, hold up. Okay, forgive the kind of messy paint job, but this used to be a word bearer. I was at first going to paint word bearers. I went from like my own Legion to Black Legion to word bearers back to Black Legion. But honestly, that word bearer, it's a sexy fucking red. You know what I'm talking about? Like that really dark, cold red, that silver. It's good. It's real good. Are you going to do Deathwatch style OG Legion pauldrons? I'm thinking it. I'm thinking about it. I think for this guy, yes. For the champion, absolutely. Like this will be purple or pink or something, right? But this guy, I think we're just gonna make. Well, I mean, it's chaos, right? So you know what? Let's get weird with it. Let's get weird with it. Hold up. Where are my paints? Pink. I have a purple somewhere. Aha! Diabolic plum. Where's my super duper dark blue? Dark gray blue for the Night Lord. Oh yeah, we're getting fucking chaosy with it. Who needs consistency when we're working with chaos? It's all about chaos, baby, chaos. Let's get weird with it. Okay, this is a really dark purple. Let's go for like a Warlock magenta instead, actually. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, we're getting fucking weird with it. Okay. First up, though, let's get those reds. Oh, also, chat, say hello to Bingus. Bingus the Demon Prince. I want to paint Bingus soon. I was looking at him on my desk, and I was like, fuck me. Bingus looks awesome. I want to paint Bingus. We're going to paint Bingus at some point. Oh, and to show you what yesterday's results were, so they're still curing. Here's the nature of oil paints, chat. I could take some white spirits and wipe all of this oil away. But you see how, like, red pauldron, red leg, red helmet, like, this is the sort of, like, Black Legion that we're doing here. We're doing chaos, baby. We also need to do the cape for this fellow here, but we're going to do something interesting for that one. Okay. Okay. Iron Warriors are consistent? Yeah, but they're like weird. Okay, I've got my Mephiston red. We want brighter paints than we think we might want, because when we do the enamel wash, it's going to really darken everything down. So you want to go brighter than you think you want to go. And we're also going to be careful to try and not get... Look how watery this is. Look how incredibly watery this Mephiston red is. That's why I need to get rid of this paint. That's why I want to use it, so that we don't have to worry about this anymore. But, I mean, it's thin, so there's that, I guess. But you want to go brighter than you think you want to, because, you know, we're essentially applying like a grimdark filter at the end. And when we do that, it's going to look a lot better if we use brighter, more vibrant colors. Because again, you're just like adding like essentially like a dirt filter over everything. So the brighter you go, the more it'll stand out. And then with our black armor, it's going to look really cool because it'll actually, what's the word I'm looking for? It'll go and be dusty in those recesses, and that'll look really good too. And also, don't go too crazy on like the details and stuff, because like, I mean, these are basic infantry. We'll go a little more detail on things like the champions, because yeah, but you know, like we don't need to go too crazy. Here's the Nurgle heavy weapons guy. I'm gonna base coat the loincloth here. Good old fly guy. Okay, that's a coat. Oh, the back as well. All the Nurgle minis have, like, you can see the robes on the back, so make sure you get those if you're going to be kit bashing a bunch of Death Guard stuff into, well, just if you have Death Guard minis in general, really. If your paint is this thin, just make sure it's not pooling anywhere. That's like the biggest threat, honestly. This fine fella is gonna get some red on that little loincloth right there. Oh, chat. Since I finished Twisted King Ruin, I started listening. I was like, I need a good book as I'm walking to the store this morning. I want to get into a book that's like pretty digestible and I could just have on. And I don't want a no fear situation where like I just dive into like a full other Warhammer book. So what I did was I looked at what haven't I read in something like the Dresden Files. And I saw that I hadn't read the side stories. So I've been going through that. And I've realized the image, we were talking yesterday about like urban fantasy. I'm not a huge fan of visually. Western fantasy, because there was a character who showed up and she is like wearing a Western like trench coat and shit. And she has like a revolver and a sword. And I'm like, that's fucking awesome. That's fucking sick. Cowboy, cowgirl with the fucking gun and like a medieval sword. There's something about that that tickles my brain. Hell yeah. Okay, Night Lord fella. A lot of you is gonna be red. POV, you grew up on Final Fantasy. Genuinely. Vivi, you missed like the entire first hour of this stream where I was just like talking with chat about Final Fantasy and how much I fucking love it. I love Final Fantasy. Hey chat, do we make grenades green or do we just make them like a metallic color? Kind of leaning to metallic. Oh, the logo. Oh, the logo. We should do the logo later because I'm gonna have to make it blue. Oh my god. It's fine. Just get like that on there. Okay. The wings on the helmet, though, should probably also be red. Dark color, easier to hide. The pineapples are green, the lemons are black.
That's a pineapple, right?
Guy who's never seen fruit before. This will also be a good test to see if we want red wings on the black helmet or do we want gold wings. This will be a good test. Okay. Green, because I'm... Green because I'm an asshole about it. Black Legion are just Chaos Deathwatch. Exactly. That's kind of why I love them. We can just do whatever the fuck we want. Now you're gonna have a lot of pink on you. Yeah, I want pink here. I want pink there. I want pink there. Oh yeah. Yeah, you're gonna have a lot on you. Hey, I have a serious question. How did you get to know Bricky? By the way, what's the story behind that? I emailed his customer service on Orchid8.com and said, hey, we're a Warhammer channel and we really like you. We really fuck with you. Would you want to do like a business deal? And then he emailed me back on a different email and we were talking and he was like, yeah, for sure. Let's have a business meeting. Let's get this going. And in that meeting, he was like, yeah, so my mom does all of the customer service. So she got that email and we laughed about that. And that's how it happened. Good morning, my love. Good morning. Good morning, my darling, my dearest. We're painting some Black Legion today. Evil, chaosy, Black Legion. Okay, I'm starting to think this, straight up, I think we're at the end of this Mephiston red pot. Because it's separating like that. Like that's, nah, I think we're done. Everybody say a prayer. Get an F in chat. It's done. It's dead. That's it. Ava, would you consider doing kit bashing / building streams? That's what these started as. That's like where a lot of these guys got built. Was in these first couple streams. Finally, a Legion. Finally, a Legion like I take my coffee. Black. Finally. It's Mephiston. He'll be back. How did you know? How'd you know he'd be back? Mephiston's back. Back again. Mephiston's back. Tell a friend. I'm also gonna get my... Oh, where's my corn red? Here we are. Chat, you ready for Tomodachi tonight? The drama. I gotta get back to the drama. This has been my replacement for reality TV. Like, it's over. Like, Wait, I don't want Mephiston coffee. It's fine. You can have black coffee. That's okay, love. Where's my white? He's what? He's white. He's what? And my dark gray blue. We're going to be using a lot of colors real quick. Okay. Obviously, it's only been one coat, so it's not the most solid thing. Chat, what are we thinking about the Night Lord head? Do we want to go red wings, or do we want to go gold wings? I could go either way, honestly. Does GW not sell paladins anymore? Does Mephiston still drink blood? All blood angels drink blood. What do you mean by paladins? Grey Knights? Night Lords can have so many different trim colors, it just fits. Be it bronze, gold, silver, brass, or even metallic red. How about we go silver for the trim, because I prefer that look. That's that's way too much blue. That's fine. Goldwing's dipped in blood for the good lord because he's unhappy about changing color for the Black Legion. We'll see. We'll see. I'm kind of leaning to red now. Chat, what color is the skull on their logo? It's silver, right? Or is it like actual bone? Night Lords, by the way. Night Lords. Bone white? Bone colored. Okay. Dude, when this dries, you're gonna be like, oh my god, that's like the perfect Night Lord blue. Okay, let's go back to, well, let's do corn red really quick. We're gonna base coat this cape. We're doing the cape right now, because if we do it now, we can clean up any black. Bone white, red wings, Ava. Yeah, I knew the wings were red. Let's go corn red. I need a brush that's a little bigger than this. This will work. Okay. Sweet. Now, some of y'all might be into wet blending. Me, nah. I do an easier method. I like the makeup sponge method. There's a non-zero chance that when Carrie is visiting, she is going to steal my makeup sponges that I use for my painting. And I'm going to be like, where are my makeup brushes? And she's going to be like, you fool. I've already taken them. They are mine now. So, corn red is a good base for our really rich red cape because it's a very purple red. It's very dark. It's very cold. I say purple red. Carrie says blue red. But we're both correct. Because it just means to say it's a cold red. What's the difference? Well, cold reds are quite dark, quite desaturated, whereas something like Mephiston red, you can see here the difference. Look how vibrant this is. This is much warmer. This is much, 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 much colder. Okay. Gonna be a little more careful just to not get this. You know, the less cleanup we have to do, the better in the long run. But we're going. Oh, by the way, Carrie. Tomorrow is Strahd and not Chult. Just to let you know, because you watch the D&D games that we do. Cody's having internet issues, so we're doing Strahd. If this was a lipstick, it would make your teeth look white as fuck because blue tones, yay, color theory. That's damn true. God, I fucking love my girlfriend. God, she's so fucking smart. She has a degree. I don't. Now, luckily, a lot of this cape is actually billowing, and I wanted it that way. I wanted it to billow because trying to do these details on a cape that's like mostly behind the miniature. Hello, fucking Primaris Librarian. Pain in the ass. So, we're gonna let that dry. We'll do a second coat. In the meantime, let's go back to Mephiston Red. This is going to be very chaotic, which is on brand. Cape's my painting nemesis. I'm going to show you the best way to paint a cape. It's easy, it's painless, it's fun. And also, the results you get, hold up.
You wanna know how I did this cape?
I mixed black and corn red, and then I used a makeup sponge to sponge corn red on there. And then I used Mephiston red to sponge on there. And then I sponged on some Evil Sunz Scarlet. And that gave me the easiest cape I've ever done. I still need to varnish it with some matte varnish. But as far as it goes, this is it. God, I love this mini. I still love it so much. I love you, Marneus Calgar. If I believe you would thrive in the right conditions under a higher education setting, you're a very smart dude. I think I would prefer teaching little ones, because that's what I did for a few years. I know you know that, but I'm just saying it for those who might not. I like teaching little kids, because they get so excited about things that they don't know. They're so excited to learn. But you have to be careful, though, because some of them, they want to learn a little too much. And so you might get situations where they're, like, jumping all over the place. And you're like, you're on step 5, and we're still trying to get these other kids up to date with step 3. So here, take this. It's a coloring sheet. Just a little more water with my Mephiston Red. Again, I'm not being too careful with these steps because we can always touch up with the black.
Look how vibrant that red is, though. Like, that stands out so much.
It's going to dry a little darker, but like Mephiston Red is one of... There's a reason why I have another pot of it and not like another paint brand, because I think Mephiston Red is one of the best paints Games Workshop makes. I genuinely think it's an excellent paint. Just being very careful with the wings. Okay. Just a little more touch-ups. Slightly more. There we go. I want to get into teaching, but I have no degrees. I didn't have a degree when I was teaching, but that was a weird and vaguely not legal situation. That was a weird one. Basically, I was a helper, and then they said, "Hey, would you like to teach this position on a kind of not teacher, but kind of also IT person situation?" And I said, "Yeah, sure." And then I did it. So I was the IT person, but also the like the STEM teacher. So they wanted me to teach science and math and all this stuff. And we did a lot of really fun experiments. We did a lot of really, really cool stuff in that classroom. I liked it a lot. But I eventually left. And now I do this. You teach math. I mean, listen, I can handle kiddos going, "So what is like 2 times 2?" And I go, "It's 4." And they go, "Wow." I can handle that. It's when you start to have me do quick math or like, you know, complicated shit, my fucking brain freezes. Algebra. Yeah, I don't fuck with algebra. I didn't fuck with it when I was in high school. I remember being in an algebra class and I didn't know the answer to like most of the questions and I just broke the fuck down. And I didn't know how to ask for help. Because I was like, I should know this shit. But I didn't. Many such cases. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, we're getting somewhere. I'm doing another thin coat on the loincloth just to be absolutely sure that it's got a strong coat on it. I want Power Wash Sim Ava to teach. What do you mean by that? Explain yourself. Alright, I'm going back to Corn Red very quickly, just to do another coat on the cape. They played the game once, didn't get to the Warhammer DLC. Fake fan didn't actually watch the No Wife stream. Interesting. Didn't watch the 16-hour No Wife streams. Damn. Can't believe it. Fake fan. Okay. We're gonna let that Corn Red dry. How's his loincloth? Could use another coat of Mephiston Red. I could be using my wet palette for this. That would help. But I realized I don't have any paper for it. And I went, oh. I must have left it at Carrie's place. So... it is what it is. I can just order more at some point. I like how super hyped you were during the Fire Warrior stream, like if it was the Super Bowl. What, you know? You like how seriously I take video games that don't fucking matter? Oh. You should see me when we actually watched the Super Bowl. Maybe not last year's. Last year's was real boring. Did not like it. Did not enjoy. Two defensive teams going head to head. I wonder what will happen. Fucking nothing. God, we were all so bored. We watch it in like a video call because like, you know, everybody in our friend group is like across the country or sometimes not even in America. And we're just watching it and we're all just talking about stuff that has nothing to do with the fucking game. And one of us would go, wait, something's happening! And then we'd look, and then the thing would stop, and we go, aw, and then we'd go back to whatever the fuck we were doing. It was so bad. I just cannot sports. I mean, I played football, so it's a weirder situation. I fuck with sports, but I could not have that be the only, like, hobby I'm interested in. You know what I mean? I have to have things like video games or painting or something. I need something like... I need something with my hands. And I also need this camera to focus on the miniature that we're working with, please. Dude, come on.
Dude, come the fuck on, man. This is why I need a fucking camera, dude. I need like an actual camera because this shit fucking pisses me off.
Whatever. Whatever. The camera thinks the black mini is part of your desk mat. That's ridiculous. Let's talk cameras later. Let's not. I'm not in the mood for it today. I'm not in the fucking mood. I'm in a bad mood right now. Technology should just work the way that I want it to work. Later is subject to interpretation. Not fucking today. I'm not in the mood today. Okay. Let's see here. We can be bees. No, we fucking can't. Alright, what? Let's get some other colors on here. Let's get more color. Why bad mood, love? The camera's not focusing on the thing that I'm painting, and it's very frustrating to me. But it's okay. Alright, we need more color. We need more color. We need color. Color, color, color. What color do we need? Kiss of Flesh. If should I buy those special gum plus sprue cutters for my 40k minis? I keep giving them big white stress marks that appear under the paint. I have cheap. This is a... I don't remember which one it is. These are not God Hand clippers, but if you search up God Hand clippers, you should find these. They're very cheap. Well, they're cheaper than God Hand clippers because God Hand are hella expensive. These, the best clippers I've ever used. You need to make sure that it's two blades because the problem with GW clippers and other clippers is that it's a blade and then a blunt tip. So when you press it against the plastic, it's actually just squishing it until it breaks. So you need the two blades because it'll actually cut. Put a blank piece of paper over the workspace so the camera isn't trying to focus on all the lines. I think John's correct though in that it thinks that the mini is if the mini is too black, for example this, it thinks it's part of the desk. But yeah, putting like a blank piece of paper down would help. But what would be the solution is having a camera that I could control the focus. That's the actual solution. The camera is racist. No, the camera is a phone camera, and I have to pay a fee for this app that I'm using. I don't know. Maybe I'm more considerate on just paying the one-time fee to get the manual focus, but I shouldn't have to pay for that. It should just be a thing that I get. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous. Actually, what am I doing? What am I using Kiss of Flesh for? We're going to base it in white. Okay, we're going to go around. This will help. This will help with the focusing and everything. We're going to go around and base any skin that we can find, particularly on these Slaanesh models, in white. I'm using Bold Titanium White from Pro-Acryl. It's the best white on the planet. Don't use any other white. We're basing this in white. Why? Because we're going to put contrast paint over these flesh details, because that'll be easiest. I don't really mind if there's texture on them. We're also gonna... Well, no. We'll go with that, a different color. Any fleshy bits on here? No. You have fleshy bits. So now it's actually starting to sort of focus on this, because it's realizing, the camera is realizing that this is not part of the desk. Although it'll help more if I get more color on there, which will be the next step. So I'm not too worried about it. We're gonna make these pipes. These like tubes over here. We're gonna make these like a bright neon green, because I have Tesseract Glow. And I think that'll look really cool. Doing another coat of white. Again, the best white on the market. Don't use GW white paint. Don't use Army Painter white paint. I don't have experience with Bayos. But Pro-Acryl, oh my god. I also don't mind if I'm making a little bit of texture on it, because, I mean, this is going to be skin, right? So... Excuse me. Carrie, do you want to stream earlier for Tamagotchi again? Because I think that was really fun and allowed a lot more people to come see it. I like doing the earlier streams. Can do. Okay. You have food and everything for today, love? I started reading Horus Rising today. I blame you, Ava. Fair. Ava, did you see how they showed off the boss models for Kill Team? Yep. You have a tube. I'm assuming all of you Slaaneshi types have a tube somewhere. All you Emperor's children. All Emperor's children know how to do is eat drug, eat hot chip, and lie. The people demand more total Primarch Island. We need the drama. I went to the Asian market and got steam buns. Yay! Alrighty, let's start getting some other colors on this fella. You are gonna be pink. You're gonna have some pink on you, which means we actually need more white. Because I am not basing pink over white. Do you think I'm fucking crazy? I might be a little nutty. I might be uneducated in some things. But when it comes to art, I know what I'm doing. And I am not basing pink over black. I would rather die. It doesn't even have to be like a solid coat of white. It just needs to be a coat. Veggie and pork filled? Oh, fuck. You're making me hungry, love. I went to the store this morning. I got a hoagie again. I also got stuff for the Greek salad. Pink, pink. Pink, pink. Pink, pink. Pink. Pink beak. Pink beak? Pink beaky? Da Vinci? I can't believe Harry wanted the house elf to bring him a hoagie. I wonder if I'll have Creature bring me a hoagie. Go, my slave. Will you free me? No, get me a hoagie. Listen, there's an Emperor's Children model. When people... It's an aspiring champion Emperor's Children model. Meaning, when people see the colors, they should react like Kronk seeing Yzma in the tent. Hello! Oh! Ew! Dobby became unemployed, so Dobby had to get a job at Subway. Dobby is free. No, Chad, he got a job at Subway. God. SMH, nobody fucking actually read the books. Dobby is working a 9 to 5. Dobby committed tax fraud. Master must not be mad at Dobby. What did you do, Dobby? Dobby was going through the taxes. What did you do, Dobby? Dobby didn't understand the numbers. What did you do, Dobby? Dobby just put in what he thought was good. He just entered what he assumed would be the correct answer! You put random numbers into the IRS? Yes! Dobby. You fucked us, Dobby. We're fucked. We're ruined. Dobby didn't know. He thought he was helping. Dobby, the IRS is going to come kill us. Do you understand? The wizard IRS. They're going to kill us. They're going to kill us, Dobby. Tax fraud in the wizarding world is punishable by death. Only the Dark Lord has gotten away with it. That bastard. So far, this is the weirdest model we have. Dobby thought expiration dates for when you start using the product. 7 people have died from food poisoning. Dobby didn't know. Dobby, it says use by. It's the use by date. Dobby thought it meant use on date. He misread it. Dobby, this is all your fault. What is this bit? What if Dobby unintentionally killed people through food poisoning? What if Dobby killed people through food poisoning? What if? Chat, what if we made like a... What if we made like non-problematic Harry Potter? But also, Dobby was like fucking shredded. What if Dobby, like he comes in the second story, right? The fucking Chamber of Secrets, and he's like, Harry Potter must not go to Hogwarts. Dobby, I'm going to go to and he like pushes him against the wall. Like, Dobby, Harry Potter is never going to Hogwarts. Harry Dresden. You're not going to Hogwarts, Dobby says so. You're asking for Harry Dresden. I don't want Harry Dresden at Hogwarts. He'd be... Dresden in Hogwarts is such a funny idea because he's just doing bullshit. Harry, you started a war with who? Huh? Dobby has become the Knight of Winter. You will never get into Hogwarts, Dobby says so. Queen Mab has ordered that Harry Potter must never go to Hogwarts. Harry Potter puts the lotion on his skin. I just need like a moment where they scream like, get him, Dobby, and then you see like a fucking huge dude with like the fucking giant ears just, just fucking... Why didn't anybody just punch Voldemort in the fucking throat when he wasn't looking? When he didn't expect it. He's always ready for like a magical ward, but nobody's waiting for like, just fucking get it. Dobby could bench 350. All right. Figgy Pink from the Army Painter. Dobby has to give the Dark Lord the people's elbow. From the top rope, Dobby falls. It's a little thin. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. Oh, dude, this is gonna look badass. Dude, yes. Just gotta make sure we're not flooding any of the details real quick, because I thinned it quite a bit, but that's okay.
Dobby needs a banana. Dobby cast Zeta Flare. Dobby, now! Dobby cast Ultima. Dobby could kill the Dark Lord, no problem.
What do you mean, Dobby?
Dobby will shove his head into the door frame and smash it until he stops moving.
Dobby?
Voldemort.
You can't say that, Dobby.
Voldemort's a little bitch, is what he is. Couldn't even kill a baby, what a bastard. Stupid fucking idiot.
Dobby, stop. What are you drinking there, Dobby?
Pure gasoline. It's the only thing that fuels Dobby. Dobby will let the galaxy burn. Dobby never wanted to unleash his legions. But then you, Harry Potter, stole power from the gods.
Carrie, can we add Buff Dobby to the island? Can we add Buff Dobby to the Tomodachi Island?
Emperor of mankind, what a little shit.
We've created a swole Dobby.
Dobby has had a really rough go of it lately. He really needed this.
Throwing axes. Carrie, what was the rules of the Goblet of Fire? Is that like nobody could volunteer for Harry, right? That was like a thing that they established. I can't remember.
You've got Dobby at a very Japanese time in his life. While you were studying your wizard spells, Dobby was studying the blade. Speak Chinese now. Konnichiwa, Harry-kun. I want Dobby Desu.
I don't know why Weeaboo Dobby is so fucking funny.
Forgotten all about the back of the cape. Oh no. Or the loincloth. The butt towel. The dick towel? The towel. He's got a towel on. Curious sent me an image.
I'll show you, chat. Jesus Christ, Carrie.
Dobby must shatter the Elden Ring! The Elden Ring must be shattered! Thou art yet to become me, Harry Potter!
No. Dobby. Dobby, no.
Harry Potter must shatter the Elden Ring! Dobby will become Elden Lord, and you, Harry Potter, his king consort!
Dobby, what?
Travel to the lands between! Foul wizard in search of the Elden Sock! Put these ambitions to rest. Smouldering with thy meager flame. have it written upon thy meager grave, slain by Dobby, king of all elves.
Okay.
Dobby could solo the beast at the Chamber of Secrets.
Grabs the basilisk and just starts banging it against the floor as hard as he can. Fox is here. Dobby!
Dobby was hungry. Dobby's really sorry. This is what it is to sin, Harry.
God, I keep looking over, and on the monitor, it's still Dobby shattering the fucking Elden Ring. Jesus Christ.
I need more pink.
Is the longest process of all of these because it's just, it's pink, you know? It's a hard color to get going. Also, because this is an army painter paint and has so much white pigment, the coverage is not super good. I think it was pretty good. Put that down for now. Now purple for you. Music sound bad? Thank you. Warlock magenta for this fine fellow. Okay, we're gonna put some of this in purple. Not as much as the champion, just like the pauldron. And then maybe like... maybe the hand. Once again, we're working with chaos. Consistency and uniformity is our enemy. Just ordered my wife her Mother's Day flowers. Man, the florists are kind of expensive, but they know the things I don't, so I guess that's the exchange. Yeah, I don't know. Why don't we make the chest purple? Let's make the torso purple as well. Why not? Why not? Get some color on there. Get some color on there. Thinned it a bit too much, but that's okay. Just be careful not to let it clog up or pool any details. Trying to get enough of the collar behind the head without, like, having to base it fully. Just enough to be, like, implied, you know? Oh, hell, why not the leg? Listen, it's Slaaneshi. It's an Emperor's Children. Why not? Compare it to this guy. Yeah, this guy looks way fancier. Nah, this is gonna be cool. Excuse me. Yep, we'll just wait for that to dry, then do another coat. In the meantime, we still have some blue on our palette. Why not add some, like, blue tassels? Yeah. Blue tassels. Remember what I said yesterday. A wise artist once said, if you're using a color, that color should go everywhere. Theme of Goop Girl. Yes, the slime woman. She do be made of goop, though. This is true. I think at one point Carrie asked me, like, so how much of the 14 raid do I need to... And I went, nothing. Don't worry about it. When we play near, just don't even worry about it. It's fine. The shield and Lions of the Forest seem to be thrown in there as an afterthought. Yeah. It was honestly more of a Drakengard story than a Nier one. Yep. I totally agree. It answered one question, and I went, neat. Cool to know what the fuck that is. Panting nasty, evil, devious, bad guy Chaos Marines. Damn right. Nasty, evil, no good. As opposed to the nasty, evil, no good Space Marines of the Imperium. As opposed to the nasty, no good Space Dwarves of the Votann. As opposed to the nasty, no good evil Space Elves of the Eldar. As opposed to the nasty, evil Space Elves of the Drukhari. As opposed to the just going down every single faction. Okay.
Burple.
Just one more thin coat on the hand. Again, with this step, I'm not too worried about being clean. I just want to get it based, because we can cover it in black later.
But yeah, I really like this shade of purple.
Like, this is gonna look really cool. Scan. Tesseract Glow. We're gonna do these tubes. These tubes here on the Emperor's Children aligned guys. Keep thinking about that Necron player that believed his faction was evil, then found out how servitors are made. Yeah, he was very maybe I'm not so bad after all. Listen. Everybody in 40k is hella fucked up in their own way, and that's what makes it fun. I really fuck with Chaos because they're here going like, yeah, I'm fucking evil. I eat babies. Like, and then some Chaos guys will be like, no, like I misunderstood it. Blah, blah, blah. Ah, whatever. Bomb it. Bomb the planet. Who cares? Okay. Tesseract Glow. Necron players, you're very familiar with this paint. Taking a bit of it. Making sure the brush is just loaded enough. I can add this really cool neon like filter over what we've done. Just pumping themselves full of chemicals. Okay. You know what I forgot about? I forgot about all the goo and bits on this guy. Maybe we do Death Guardy guy another day, because he's got a lot of details on him that, frankly, I just do not have the time to deal with today. Let me show you how to do this cape. So we based it in Corn Red. Now we're going to take Mephiston Red. And this is a makeup sponge. I've used it for some things. I'm going to soak it in water. I want it damp. I don't want it wet. I just want it damp. Damp. Alrighty. We're taking Mephiston Red. We don't need very much. I'm putting it on my palette. And then, making sure the paint is closed. God, I hate Citadel pots. They're so awful. Okay. I want you to pay attention to how much is on the sponge. See? Okay. I'm getting it to about this. Not very much coming off the sponge at all. And we're taking our fellow. I'm just kind of attacking it. Take a bit more. There we go. There we go. see how it's showing up. It's simply this easy. You can add a little more pressure, just be careful. But the way the sponge is shaped, it's only really going to be catching those edges. Okay, I've got a bit more here. I got it directly from the pot this time. And then I'm going to go in and I'm just softly pressing. I'm just pressing. Just little taps. Little tippy taps. Aiming for those edges. Aiming for those folds. Because this cape is already sculpted to be so textured, this is actually an excellent example. As you can see, like... it's easy capes in just a second. I gotta be careful because I wanna get this side. If we don't get it perfect, that's okay. We can also use a brush to just kind of give some simple highlights. You can also drag the sponge across, but you could also cut off pieces of it. I kind of just want to keep the point on it, but I'm not too worried about it. Okay, I'm soaking the sponge again. Do you spray prime your minis or brush it yourself? Been debating on trying Zenithal priming, see how it worked for some of my minis. I use a rattle can. I don't think I could do brush primer. I think I would be way too impatient for that. Alrighty. So, that's how you do a really, really easy cape. Now, you could push it further and go a brighter color like Evil Sun Scarlet. I might do that. Actually, I probably will do that. Let's do that. Okay. I've got Evil Sun Scarlet, which is a very vibrant red. It's almost going into orange. Okay. Evil Sun Scarlet. Now this is pretty thin. My pot is very thin because I used water to thin them when I put them into actual bottles. I don't recommend that because they're hella thin. But again, covering the sponge, getting most of it off. Kind of treat it almost like a dry brush. But when I start pressing it over layers and layers, I am building up that strong, vibrant red. Again, I'm using the point of the brush. This is why the egg shape is like kind of important for this. It's because you can use the edge of it, the tip, to really aim for what you want. See that? Wet blending who? Glazing who? Just do this. It also leaves a bit of a texture. You might be a fan of that, you might not be. I am. I'm a big fan of the texture that the sponge leaves behind because it looks more like cloth to me, especially from a distance. I'm just trying to get a few little highlights in there. Probably not going to be able to reach most of it, but that's okay. That's all right.
It's as simple as that. See?
And from a distance, it looks like you spent time glazing it and everything, and people will be like, "Oh my god, you did such a great job on glazing that cape," and you can be like, "Actually, it was super easy." And they'll be like, "What? What do you mean it was super easy? It must have taken you hours." And you hit them with check out this egg. Check this out. Very powerful tool. Easy peasy. Okay. Let's move on to some contrast paints. Nope, that's not the right flesh contrast. Nope. Nope. Where is it? Oh, it's right here. Slot Duster, thank you for the 5-month sub. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're about to do some Guilliman flesh across the hand here, the skin here, skin there. Because this is a contrast paint, you want to make sure that it's very, 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 very well mixed. And we're going to use... Yeah, we're going to use the same brush. We've been primarily using the same brush for this entire process across all the colors. But yeah, after this step, we'll probably start to do some metallics. We'll be picking magnesium from Vallejo. And we're just going to go through and... do things like chainmail. Oh, I forgot about the grenades and junk. Chad, do we want to make the grenades green? What do you want to make them? I wonder if Ava likes Spawn or hates Spawn. I love Spawn. Visually, I think Spawn is awesome. Okay. Guilliman flesh. Unless you're talking about Chaos Spawn, in which case I hate them. I hate Chaos Spawn. Chaos Spawn deserve a glow up. They deserve to be not like $60 for 2 shitty minis. So the reason we're using Guilliman flesh instead of something like an actual flesh tone is because using a brush to do the flesh like this is going to leave a bit of a texture, especially since our white has texture underneath it. Well, the white base coat, like I intentionally kind of applied it thickly and did not wait for each layer to dry, which is what you're supposed to do when you're working with white. I didn't do that because I want the skin to look distressed. I want it to look bad. And when we start to put some other layers like purple or red over it, it's going to look really, really, really interesting. You don't need very much contrast paint on the brush. You can glob it on if you like and then wipe away what you don't want. You can do that. But I'm just taking like a little tip and then just moving it around. The nice thing about contrast paints, they dry quickly, yes, but you do have a bit of working time when you first put it on there to just kind of treat it like a watercolor almost. Like you can just kind of push it around a bit. And then... there we go. Okay. So we're gonna wait for that skin to dry. Then we'll add like a wash over it. Something red, probably like a dark red. Berserker Bloodshade is a really dark red. I like it a lot. We're probably gonna wash over with that. Printed table now has drawers, built-in dice trays, cup holders, card holders, token holders, and snack trays. That's fun. Chat, what are we thinking about the grenades? What are we thinking? Neon bright grenades, no. For Emperor's Children, neon. Oh no, we're talking like...
this grenade here. Little pineapple guy.
What color of the pineapple? Leather time, though, in the meantime. Uh-oh. We've got a clog. Don't worry. I have a paper clip. Dark green. I like the idea of dark green. Right now, though, we're doing leather. Leather time, baby. I noticed these earlier, but the Emperor's Children have like some leather, like in between all of their armor plates, which is quite interesting. Well, some of them anyway. I don't think we have any more leather on you, buddy. Oh, chat, I'm talking specifically like the grenade color throughout the army. Like there has to be some sort of consistency between these things. So like reds, the leather is all gonna be the same. How's the painting been going? We're finally back to some Chaos Space Marines. After doing a couple experiments and me taking a break to work on some other projects. But it's going good today. We're chilling. Night Lord models are cool but expensive. Yeah, because they want you to pay like an extra like $15 for a upgrade sprue. I do think though at some point that upgrade sprue will be sold separately, at least I hope. Because yeah, I don't know about just buying like a kill team just for an upgrade sprue. Like I don't think that's worth it. The Nightlords had the best Chaos upgrade sprue, followed by the Red Corsairs and Iron Warriors. I mean, I'm literally holding, like, some of the Chaos sprues. Like, they're fine. They're alright. It all comes down to, like, which Legion do you think is, like, visually the most appealing? But an upgrade sprue is an upgrade sprue. Now you might be thinking, this is a really bright color for leather, but remember, the enamel wash we're gonna do is gonna darken this down a lot. That one. This guy has got some leather here. And here. And here. Hey Carrie, if you're here, I think if I play FF14 solo to grind some gear, I'm gonna do the one raid that you can't do, so that it gives us an excuse to hang out and do the Orbone Monastery, because I like, you know, it's weird. Like I get to play games with my girlfriend and I enjoy it. It's very strange. It's a weird concept. You know what I mean? I get to have fun with the love of my life. What it gay? Any other leather? Leather. There is like a gray leather.
Ew, fun.
stretching a little bit. Bingus check.
He's perfect.
Ah. Master Chief, would you mind telling me what you're doing in Warhammer 40k? Sir, I don't know. I was in Fortnite 10 minutes before this, but now I'm somewhere else. I don't understand. Master Chief? What? Sir, help me. Sir. These Imperium guys scare me, but these Tau people seem to know what's up. I'm gonna go hang out with them. Okay, let's get some bone details. Bone! Tomb King Tan. I don't think the Slaneshi... Yeah, they don't really have any bone on them. No, not really. Okay, interesting. These fellas, on the other hand, they got a lot of bones. These ethereals, sir, they want me to smell them for some reason? Sir, these ethereals are more similar to the UNSC than I initially thought. Those Imperium guys, though, Jesus Christ, it's just the Covenant on steroids. Hey, chat. Give me money, because I want to make a Shattered Legion force for Horus Heresy. Give me money. No, I'm kidding. Do not. No, I don't need another project right now. Do not. No, don't do that. I see you have studied the art of streaming of Bricky. I actually don't watch Bricky streams all that often. But he and I can see it. We're kindred spirits. Listen, he likes chaos. I like chaos. I like AOS. He's wrong. Do you play tabletop with your girlfriend? Carrie has not really gotten into the tabletop part yet. She's painted some minis. She's interested in painting more. We just have like other things to prioritize. Like I do these in the morning because it's something that I've wanted to do. It's also like part of a milestone that you guys helped with the GoFundMe for. I mean, she's like interested. It's just, it's a lot of numbers and a lot of math. So it's a little intimidating to get into. But you know, slowly but surely, maybe one day. Bricky has a running gag of asking his stream for money in front of other streamers and actually getting it. Jesus Christ. Chat, why don't you love me that much? It's weird. Weird. You guys play favorites. That's interesting. That's interesting that you do that. Weird. Do you hate me? Do you hate me? Why do you hate me? I like to learn, but what I also fear is catastrophic failure. Carrie, you'll be fine. Carrie, do you know how many times I or Lou or Cody have been playing like Age of Sigmar or something? And we're like, yeah, this rule works like this, right? And then we reread it like halfway through the game and we go, oh, we've been doing this mechanic wrong the entire time. Oh, fuck. That's also why, like, on the Discord, and you can go watch it on Patreon, too, I've started showing people how to play Spearhead. Because Spearhead is nice because it's just pre-made forces. What do I need to build? What if I build it wrong? It's already built. It's already there. Oh, so I just need to learn my rules? Yep. That's it. Learn your rules and do your best. But you can go find me and Lou playing that on Tabletop Sim. We were going to do another game this week. Or sorry, this upcoming Tuesday, but Lou's got something going on, so we're going to aim for next Tuesday. What if I walk in the door and suddenly the other person's mini spontaneously bursts into flames and it's also my fault? I would feel so bad. Carrie, what if you go outside and you exploded? Like, what if the world was made of pudding? Like... What if you did? What if you didn't? What if the world was made of pudding? What if schmut if? You'll be okay, love. You'll be a-okay. You remember you felt like this kind of when we were getting to 14? You were like, what if I don't do a good job? Blah blah blah. And now you're like the best healer in our group. No offense to John, but I don't go down nearly as often when I'm with Carrie than I do with John. Interesting.
at this beautiful boy with his beautiful skulls. We're also gonna make this on the shoulder pad. We're gonna make that into a bone color. Yeah. But what if I get good at a thing just long enough to feel safe, then boom, I suck at it, but thought I was good, which is cringe. Carrie, do you know how many times I've played a game or something, and I go, I'm fucking awesome, and then somebody comes into the lobby and just schmixes my shit? Like, that, yeah, like... That doesn't mean you're bad, it just might mean, hey, this person might be a little better than you. So let's strive to beat them. And then when you beat it's like a boss in 14, love. It's like a boss. What if we wipe? Okay, then we try again. You'll be okay, love. Carrie, you beat Elden Ring. You literally killed Melania Blade of Mikola by yourself. Like, let's be fucking for real for a sec. You beat Melania solo. I was there, I saw. What if my entire party wipes and there's only one healer, but somebody rage quits in the instance? Now our LB3 turns into an LB2. Dude, I was talking about that earlier. I don't know if you were here, John, but I was like reliving it in real time. It was crazy. I saw the war flashbacks. You'll be okay, Carrie. Especially if you're playing with, like, me or Lou or something, like... You know me. You're not gonna, like, be cringe. It's just a new thing. A new adventure to go on. Oh, I forgot about his horns. Whoops. I forgot about his ding-dang horns. I learn a small game. You master scrambled eggs. Deal. Deal. Can I practice on not your gas stove? Can I practice them here? On my electric stove, please. Is that allowed? I mean, obviously, you use what you got. Okay, deal. Deal. Let's do it. I gotta go get eggs. There's so much black on the mini, it still thinks it's part of the background. Now, a lot of this looks like a mess right now. And that's simply because there is no trim.
Scramble egg stream?
God. No. No. Because setting that up would be a nightmare. Okay. 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 Let's get a dark green. I'm thinking angel green for the grenades. See how dark this bad boy is? I'm sure I'll get the scrambled eggs. I just gotta, it's one of those things where I just gotta practice. Oh! Okay, so we only have 2 grenades to really worry about. It's this guy, and then this guy. The Night Lord and the Undivided Boy both have grenades. If you make it correctly, it won't be liquid. No. Like, no. Liquid is not a bad thing for scrambled eggs. It's, you gotta do it right. Welcome to Doma. Welcome to Kugane. If you're like me and you're waiting for your Eureka shit, you hate this song. It's embedded into my fucking brain. Yeah, I like the dark green. It adds like a nice contrast. Okay, we need... let's get a gray. Do I have a gray on me? I have dark warm gray. We're gonna do this for all of the cloth that is like around the legs, like the straps for the leather. We're doing these in like a dark gray. Oh, he has another grenade on his butt. A butt grenade. What is... Hold on. If we take green and we mix it with this gray, does that give us like a... Yeah, okay. Now we've got like a proper dark olivey green. Yes, that's more like it. How to get an olive green, chat. Take a green, mix it with black. What theme is this? I deadass don't remember it. This sounds like... Ah, the steps. Woo! Yes. How will bro throw grenades if he has murder nails for fingers? You assume that they're for throwing and not martyrdom. Azine Step, obviously you're not a real Aura. You assume this grenade is for throwing? No, it's for I have one chance. This is my shot. Very carefully. So, this Emperor's Children model right here has like a vial of some sort of viscous liquid. What color do we think the mysterious liquid should be colored? How are we doing today? We're doing good. Getting some base coats and stuff down. I gotta touch up this blue, which luckily this paint is still usable, remarkably, honestly. Touch this up. Okay. Night Lord, I think, is good to go on to metallics. I think he's done for now. Genestealer purple.
I don't have Genestealer purple. I've got Warlock magenta.
Yellow, green, green. I think green. Okay, in which case we need white again. I want a bright green, just like the drugs. Got a color tip if you allow. I'm curious what you have to say. We are very much in the ugly phase of these guys right now, but that's all right. We'll wait for that to dry. Any other white details I want on these fine fellows? No. You. No. God, he's just got a lot of bullshit around here, huh? What time is it? It's, we'll go a little longer. I don't know if we'll get to the metallics today. Oh, he's got, like, skulls in this. You know what? Let's make those skull-colored. Why not? Now, these skulls are incredibly small inside of this gauntlet. Let's canonize right now that they are the skulls of children. Because this is a Night Lord. He's an evil bastard. 1 scoop red acrylic paint, 2 scoops of orange and stir? Why? But why? You will get vermilion? I don't really want vermilion, though. That's a cool tip, though. I don't want the vermilion. Oh, but that's good. Okay, I'm gonna make sure Tesseract Glow is nice and shaken. So when we make this bottle green, it's gonna really stand out. So I guess we'll canonize, or I guess we'll just say that, like, the drugs that are getting pumped into their system, this dude's just got, like, a bottle of the stuff. He just wants to dunk, just fucking, cracks that shit open. Ah! Ah! Two Emperor's children looking at each other. Two dumbasses going, exactly. Exactly. Ah! So, as we can see, I'm probably going to start wrapping up today. Tomorrow we'll do, like, well, whenever we paint again, we'll do metallics and stuff. But as we can see, we're very much in the ugly stages of painting. We've got the cape done, which is nice. That's cool. We've got the horns and the skulls all base coated, and that's nice. I may do another layer of the bone while the white is drying. So, next time we paint, we're going to be doing metallics. We're going to start with the silvers. Get through all the working metals, all the things that we want to be silver or like a gray or whatever. Gray, you know what I mean, like a darker silver. And then we'll move on to our alcohol-based gold, and we'll get, so, like, all the working metals, so, like, the straps, these little things here, knives, any, like, sharp, pointy bits, chainmail, claws, most of the bolters or weapons. This entire power whip is gonna be silver. A lot of silver is gonna go on these guys, and that's gonna be interesting, cause like silver belt buckle, silver in this little mouth thing on the leg here, and then just basically gold everywhere else. All the pipes and shit. Yeah. It'll be fun. I do like how, like, chaotic these guys all look. Like, the only ones that are, like, normal, quote-unquote, are, like, the undivided ones. But, like, I plan to add, like, a lot of blood on the claws here. So that'll add, like, a lot of, red to the mini. As far as, like... gold and silver goes, I think we'll go gold for the mask. Yeah, and then we'll go gold trim everywhere else. This shoulder pad, though, we're going to make that silver. In fact, you know what? Here. Let's do the Tesseract Glow here. I want to base coat the Night Lord Pauldron trim. Once we do... Well, before we do the gold step, though, before we move on to the alcohol paint, I definitely want to touch up... Well... Nah, let's touch up after we do, We'll touch up after we do the gold. All the black details and stuff, you know? He's gonna pop that shit open. Ah! Basically, we're gonna get it to a point before the enamel wash, and then we'll go through the whole thing. Now, where is my silver? There it is. Metal color silver. I'm gonna really shake this up. And we're just gonna do the Night Lord symbol here, like the trim around it. And I want to see what that looks like, because I think it's going to look pretty cool. But I had a great stream today. Hey, tune in a little bit later, in a couple hours, while we do some Tomodachi Life. It's going to be a fun time. I'm going to wrap up stream after we do this little step. I'm going to go eat a hoagie. Have some chips. Maybe do a raid or two in 14. See if I've got any business to take care of. I did get a enticing email on the Numbskull's business account that I wanted to take a look at. So that'll be exciting. I can't talk about it, though. I did, like, briefly read it over, and I went, ooh. I'm gonna use a different brush for this. Okay. Silver. Let's go. A little too wet on the brush. That's okay. GW's finally getting Ava to run their streams. Hey, everybody! It's me, Ava. You don't know me. I think Warhammer's okay. You wanna play some minis? We're probably gonna have to do 2 thin coats of this, because it is pretty thin. I'm actually kind of shocked. Maybe I didn't shake it enough or something. We can always touch up the blue again. We didn't do anything super duper fancy with it. Yeah, that looks fucking cool. And, like, it'll look different from the working metals, you know? Hell yeah. That looks awesome. Theme of, hello player, would you like to fight Kefka from Final Fantasy? Why, yes I would, video game. Show me where to fight Kefka from Final Fantasy. Come over here. Look, into this pit. Theme of most boring hub city ever. Genuinely, yes. Theme of hanging out with my girlfriend. Yeah. Pandora, you don't know this, but Carrie loves Lise. And frankly, I don't blame her. I mean, whoo, you know? Look at that. That looks fucking sweet. And then when we get the gold on there to contrast with everything, that's going to look even better. Hell yeah. And then we've got like the Nergali one over here. Yeah. These all on the table are going to look sweet. I love how it looks chaotic. It looks like a mess. It should look like a mess. Been a Mark 7 dude right now, and I hate the shoulder balls. Yeah. Alright, chat. That's gonna do it for us today. Yeah. Let's do a check on those oiled boys. Different? Yeah. I'll probably still enamel wash them afterward. But, like, I think you can really see where the oil wash shines in the arm. Remember how that was just pure, like, Kislev flesh or Rakarth flesh or whatever it was? And you see it now? You see how it's, like, all textured? And if I wanted, I could just wipe it away. So again, this is the important thing with oil washes if you're going to do them. The thing that we talked about yesterday. If you're going to do oil washes, you need to let them dry and cure and then varnish them afterward. It's a whole other process. By the end, though, of what we're painting with these Chaos guys, they're going to look like this. Nice and dirty and dusty. They're going to look so awesome. I can't wait. All right. I'm going to go have lunch and then probably play some 14 or whatever. Probably get some work done in the meantime. Hey, we'll see you tonight for some Tomodachi Life. If you'd like to catch up on the VODs in the meantime, you can go check them out at Numbskulls VODs. That's Numbskulls VODS over on YouTube. Check them out. Yeah, might be back tomorrow. Tomorrow's Saturday? Yeah, might be back tomorrow. All I've got that day is like D&D later. So yeah, maybe we'll be back. But thank you all for coming on by. Hope you had fun. Hope you enjoy. And we'll see you later.